Howdy, everybody, and I hope all is well. I want to talk today about Facebook pixels and custom events. This is a lecture that I've gotten a lot of requests on from you guys, and I wanted to sort of break down installing a Facebook pixel, setting up conversions, etc. Like, Facebook makes it very, very complicated for some reason to do this. They have like 7 different tools. It's hard to find what you're looking for. Custom conversion events and events are 2 different things in Facebook's eyes. The pixel is different than conversions. What is the pixel? So I want to talk to you about all that stuff, help you understand it in a very simple way. It's very good for you to understand these things yourself. But if you're managing Facebook campaigns for clients, this stuff is going to come up all the time, and you're going to really benefit from being able to explain to your clients in a very clear and understandable way what all this stuff is. So let's jump into it. First, if you haven't bought my billing template, the template that helps you design complex return on ad spend bonuses, or rather complex bonuses targeting lead volume for your clients. So let's say you're charging your clients a certain percentage of your total ad spend, or you're charging them in a bracketed structure. I've talked about this a lot. Many of you have heard me talk about this. It's very valuable to offer your clients a bonus incentive where you discount the base fee in exchange for being able to earn a bonus based on performance. So if you'd like to check out that template, go to bit.ly/lead bonus, bit.ly/lead bonus. The link is down at the bottom of this slide over here. And check that out, because it's a really, really good bonus system. You have a 7-day money back guarantee, but hundreds of people have already bought it. It's a relatively new product, and so far everyone who's purchased it said it's been really, really great. So that's that. Okay, so Facebook pixels and custom events. So I want to walk you through a couple slides first, just to give you an overview of what we're going to talk about, and then I'm going to bring you into a live Facebook account and show you how to set all this stuff up. And remember, while Facebook makes this stuff seem very complicated, it's not really complicated. Once you understand the fundamentals, like what a pixel is and what a custom conversion is, and just like the basic things they're used for, I think you'll have a very easy and clear understanding of how it all works together. So first, let's take a look at the Facebook pixel. The Facebook pixel is just a piece of code that you add into the header section of your website, and it is used to collect audiences. It's used to collect people into a pool that you could then use from. So think about it as like, maybe a census. Like we're just tracking a lot of users, and we're adding them into a database, but we're not actually doing anything with them just by installing the pixel. And the pixel is like an actual piece of code. It's a 1x1 pixel, transparent piece of script that goes on your website wherever you tell your website backend to fire the pixel. And I'll explain that in a second. Facebook's going to give you, when you create a business account, Facebook's going to give you a pixel that's going to look like this. That's going to look like what you see on the screen. Don't worry about understanding anything in there. All you need to know is that it's worthwhile to add that pixel to your site. And it's every single time a page loads that has this pixel installed, Facebook will track and add that user to the database. Now, you don't get things like name and any personal identifiable information. It's an alphanumeric string that identifies that user, and it's going to track a page view. That's what the pixel does. It just starts collecting that database. So the first thing you need to know about all this stuff is install this pixel right away. And I'm going to show you how to do this. And you might have 300 pages on your website, but it's okay, because you're going to be able to install the pixel in the header section, in the header code of your website. And it'll automatically fire on every single page that has that header code. And I'm going to talk to you about Google Tag Manager or other tag manager systems. Google Tag Manager happens to be the most popular, but you could install it through any tag manager system, and that's actually the easiest way to install the pixel. So if you have a WordPress site or a Squarespace site or a Weebly or a Wix or any of these CMS systems, or HubSpot site, Shopify site, it's very easy to install the Facebook pixel. You just need to find most of these CMS platforms actually have apps that allow you to just install the pixel, install a certain piece of code in the header section. But again, Tag Manager is going to be the easiest way to do it, and I'll show you how to do that. So install that pixel right away, even before you launch Facebook campaigns, because that's one of the biggest mistakes I've seen with advertisers getting started with Facebook. Like, they might be 3 months out from actually launching a paid advertising campaign, but they're not collecting audiences. So when it comes time for them to actually create a campaign in Facebook ads, they're not able to run a remarketing campaign because they haven't installed the pixel on their site. So even if it's a brand new site, even if you don't have any intention of running Facebook ads yet, it's still worth it. It's very important to just install that Facebook pixel on your site right away, because then in a month from now, or in a week from now, or in a few days from now, you want to run a remarketing campaign to cart abandoners, or a remarketing campaign on Facebook to previous website visitors within the last 30 days. You could do that because you already have data from your pixel. And again, just adding the pixel to your site doesn't do anything. It doesn't cost you any money. It doesn't mean you're running an ad campaign. You don't need to be running any campaigns to have a pixel. So just install that pixel on your site. Now, the pixel, like I said, will only collect users. If you want to use the pixel, if you want to get any benefit out of that pixel, then you'll have to be creating custom audiences, conversion events, running campaigns, and there's all different ways you could use that pixel, and I'll explain that in a few minutes. Ideally, you should be tracking value. So whether it's a form submission you're tracking or a newsletter sign up, you should be able to attach a value to that. And Facebook makes it very easy for you to do that. But especially if it's a purchase conversion, if you're going to end up tracking conversions through Facebook ads, then you should definitely be setting up events that track value, that you input the value, and I'll show you again how to do that. Now remember, the pixel is not what tracks conversions per se. You need to add additional code or set up a custom conversion to tell Facebook when an actual valuable conversion event happened. And remember, the way we define conversion is any action a user would take on your site that you want them to take that in some way represents revenue or value. So those typical conversion actions would be a form submission, a phone call potentially, a view of a key page, requesting contact information, a purchase, a subscriber, an ebook download, right? All those types of things are typical conversion events. And you could track all those with Facebook. You need the pixel in order to track it, but it's not the only thing you need. So I guess you could say where the pixel is a necessary prerequisite to tracking conversions, but it is not a sufficient prerequisite to tracking conversions. There are other things you need, and those are going to be custom conversions or Facebook events. And I'm going to cover those in a second. Make sure the pixel is installed on every page. I've seen a lot of people that just throw the pixel on the home page of their site, but that means if somebody goes to any other page but the home page, the pixel won't fire. So let's say somebody comes to an inner page of your site through an organic link or through a Facebook post or whatever it may be, or they come to a blog post. You want the pixel on every single page. There's no reason that I could think of not to have the pixel everywhere, because you might think, well, I only want to run a remarketing campaign to people who viewed a product page. That's fine. You'll be able to set up a custom audience of people in that pixel that just viewed a specific product page or all product pages based on URL rules. That we'll talk about that in a second in custom conversions. But just because a view of a specific random page on your site is not valuable to you per se, you should still have the pixel there, because you want your core database to be as big as possible. You want to be collecting as many users as possible from your total audience, and then you're going to create segments of those audiences to be used in certain campaigns. So sure, like you might want to run a remarketing campaign to anybody who abandoned a cart. So you'll create a URL rule specifically for that campaign that will only target a segment of your population. That's how the pixel works. The pixel is just creating a broad population. If you're using a root domain and a subdomain, something that I've done many times and something many clients do. So for example, you might have your core website is acme.com, and you might have a store or a blog or something on blog.acme.com or shop.acme.com, or you might have training courses or programs on learning.acme.com, whatever. So there might be a case where you would want to have two separate pixels, but that's probably overcomplicating things. In most cases, you would just use the exact same pixel code, and you could install it both on the root domain and on the subdomain. And the easiest way, again, to do that is through Google Tag Manager, and I will show you how to do that in a minute. So there's a few important things that you could do once you start building an audience, a total population, using your Facebook pixel. So the first, or I guess the most popular thing people will do is create custom audiences with the Facebook pixel. And that will allow you to target those audiences in campaigns. So examples of custom audiences, and just think of custom audiences as slices of your population based on certain criteria. So I have 10,000 users in my database that my pixel has picked up on. And now I want to create a campaign just from a slice of those people. or what we would call a segment, a bucket, something, we would come up with some identifiers that will pull out specific individuals, group them together in a bucket, and I'm going to use that bucket for this. And this might be a retargeting campaign. This might be a leads ads campaign, whatever it may be. Some of the popular segments, previous website visitors, or previous website visitors from the past 30 days, 180 days. You could, there's a lot of different ways you can configure an audience. Cart abandoners, people who viewed a specific page or your checkout page, visitors of specific pages. Maybe you want to retarget to your blog readers. You could target purchasers, right? So long as you're tracking purchases as a conversion. Subscribers, again, you would need to have a registration event tracking. Visitors by time spent on site. So I can have a segment of visitors that have spent, in the 75% quartile of all my visitors. So the outliers I might have, again, going back to that example, 10,000 users in my database, and maybe there's 300 of those users that have spent the most time on site compared to my entire audience, and I want to use those people in a campaign. And you could also use inclusion and exclusion lists. Like the permutations are very broad on how you could set up custom audiences, because you could create multiple rules. So you could include people that are buyers and subscribers, and you could exclude people that just visited a blog page, let's say, right? So there's a lot of different ways you could do this. And then you're going to go and use those audiences in actual campaigns. So name your audience and use those audiences. So creating custom audiences. And again, a custom audience is very different than a conversion event, but they're both using the data in the Facebook pixel. A custom audience is something you'll use for targeting ad campaigns. Tracking conversions is what you're going to be using to optimize ad campaigns and to report on ad campaigns. They're two very separate dimensions, but they're both elements that require the pixel in order to work. So the first thing is custom audiences. You must have a pixel first, collecting data in order to create custom audiences in the first place. If you want to track conversions, that's not custom audiences. That's something else. So that's setting up conversion events with the Facebook pixels. And there's a couple different ways you could do this. First, Facebook has what they call events, which is a bunch of pre-built common events that allow you to easily add a little piece of code onto the specific page that event fires on. Now let's just break this down very simply, okay? Let's just take a purchase event, for example. So I know on my website and on most of my clients' websites that when somebody buys something, they get redirected to a thank you page. Now, if anybody who lands on that thank you page is somebody who must have, on the previous page, completed a purchase, we would add the purchase code, the little additional purchase script that Facebook gives you, and I'm going to show you this exactly, how to do this. You add that Facebook conversion script to that specific page. And this is where it differs from the pixel. The pixel is something which is added universally on every single page of a website. The specific event tag that Facebook gives you for a specific conversion is only added to the pages that signify that specific event took place. Same thing is for, let's say, a registration. If I'm running a webinar or you have a event and there's a thank you page for that event or there's a thank you page for that webinar that signifies somebody registered successfully, then you put that specific tag that Facebook gives you for an event on the registration page or on the registration thank you page. Okay, so that's the concept of these pre-built Facebook events. And again, it requires some additional manual code. And then there are custom conversions that are URL based. So like I said, Facebook makes all this stuff very complicated because within conversions, there's two fundamental ways you could do it. One, you could create URL based conversion rules. And oftentimes you could accomplish the exact same thing using two different approaches in Facebook. So for example, I could create a registration conversion through either custom conversions or through events, because Facebook happens to have a pre-built event conversion for registrations. So I could use that, or I could just create a URL base that if anybody gets to this thank you URL, fire this specific conversion. Now, I would say that if you can use the pre-built, if you can use Facebook's pre-built events for conversions, and they have a lot of the core ones, like they have add to cart, initiating a checkout, adding payment info, purchasing, subscribing, starting a trial, you should, because Facebook has a lot of default reporting columns that include their default events, and it's just easier to report on. So that's my own advice, is like it's better to use Facebook's pre-built events and avoid URL-based conversions if possible for that reason. And then there's another reason, because like let's say you change your URL at some point, right? You have a thank you page, and you happen to change the URL of that page. Maybe you want to make it shorter or cleaner or whatever that may be. So if you're using Facebook's default events by adding manual code to that page, then you don't need to make any modifications to the actual conversion event, and it'll still work because it's based on the code in the page and not based on a URL that you're feeding to Facebook. But if you change the URL and you're using custom conversions URL based, you'll have to go back into Facebook and edit the actual custom conversion event that you've configured. And then Facebook makes it pretty easy to test event tracking and configuration and things like that. And I'll show you the tools for that as well. Facebook also has a bunch of these partner integrations, and I'll show you how those work. And it just makes tracking events and pixel installation easier for a lot of the core CMS systems like Shopify, WordPress, HubSpot, etc. In most cases, I recommend still installing the Pixel through Google Tag Manager. It's just very easy, flexible, and you could then create a lot of additional rules, and it's just a very, very intuitive and easy to use software. So I would recommend that. And I'm going to show you Google Tag Manager in a moment. And remember, the Pixel and custom conversion events are not the same thing. So I want to reiterate that. The Pixel is your core piece of script that I showed you in the beginning that you're going to install everywhere. Anywhere, any single page where somebody might eventually land, you want to have that Pixel. Blog pages, home pages, inner pages, product pages, subdomain, root domain, thank you pages, registration pages, etc. Just, webinar pages, get that Pixel everywhere. The greater width and breadth your core audience has to it, the more nuanced you'll be able to segment out for specific use cases. And lastly, tracking value. We're going to cover this in a few minutes. It's very easy to track value in Facebook custom event conversions. If you're and I want to just talk to you about the benefits of tracking value, which is conversion value. If you're telling Facebook rather, the revenue you're generating from a conversion, and usually these will be purchase conversions, but you should also be tracking revenue for form submission conversions. Facebook can show your return on ad spend in their ads reporting. So if you're running an ad campaign, not only will you be tracking the number of sales or purchases or registrations you're getting, Facebook will also be able to tell you the value of those, and then you can compare it to you could do a total conversion value divided by cost of the ads to get your return on ad spend. More importantly, Facebook can optimize ads for higher value conversions. So if you have multiple different purchases on your site, and if there's multiple different purchases and each purchase has a different value, Facebook could actually optimize for higher value conversions. And of course, if you're running e-commerce ads, you would connect your Facebook account to the Shopify partner integration, and Facebook will dynamically track the conversion value of a sale. You can optimize your campaigns for ROAS as well. So you could set budget optimization and campaign optimization if you're running paid Facebook ads to specifically optimize for higher value conversions. But of course, you have to be sending that value back into Facebook you have to be sending that value back into Facebook through your conversion tag that Facebook gives you. And again, you could add value. Remember, we talked about there was two different ways you could track conversions, either through custom URL-based conversions or through Facebook's default event library. Either one of those two options allows you to add value and a currency. And I'm going to show you how that looks, and we're going to get into it. So anyway, that's the basic idea here with what I want to cover. I think we've covered a good amount already, just understanding the difference between Pixel, the different ways to track events, what you do with the Pixel. But now I'm going to just show you step by step how all this stuff is done, starting with the actual Facebook Pixel. And let's get into it right now. So here we are in a Facebook ads campaign. And this is where, like, most of you probably spend most of your time inside a Facebook ads campaign. And Facebook, like I said, makes it a little bit complicated to find where everything is. But let me show you. So first is getting the pixel, because we said the most important thing is getting that pixel onto your site. So if you go into Ads Manager, if you're in Ads Manager, you're going to navigate up into this menu up here, and you're going to go down to All Tools, and then all the conversion tracking stuff and tools and data analysis is all going to be under the Measure and Report column right here. So you can go into Events Manager, and then you could navigate into any of these subcategories, or you could just go straight to pixels. So let's just go to Events Manager, and then we'll navigate to pixels. So like I said, Events Manager is where everything is going to live. So I'm going to go into data sources, which is the default. And from data sources, you're going to click on your pixel. So this is the overview of the activity of this specific pixel. And you have a secondary submenu where you could test different events, diagnostics, and settings. I happen to know I have a little warning here. That's because my currency is not set up the way it should be, but it's still tracking, so it's okay. Over here, you'll see an important tool that tells you the status of your pixel and the last event that was received, in my case, 21 minutes ago. So now, say you haven't installed your pixel yet, so you want to go ahead and install your pixel. So that's going to be under Setup. Up here on the upper right-hand corner, you're going to click Setup, and then you're going to click Install Pixel. And you have a couple different ways to install your pixel. Like I said, you could connect to a partner platform, and Facebook will give you a list of partner platforms. So there's Webflow, that's pretty good. It's Ticketmaster, WordPress, 3D Cart, Google Tag Manager, and all these things. And I don't know why, I just choose to do it myself through Google Tag Manager. I'm using Kajabi for some of my learning, as a CMS for my courses, etc. And this Agency Overdrive video that you're watching right now is hosted on Kajabi, so I could install my pixel by clicking this Partner Connect. But I just like to do it myself, and it's worthwhile knowing how to do it yourself in case you need to install a Facebook pixel and there isn't a partner integration set up. So I'm going to click again, Install Pixel. And I'm going to select to manually install the pixel code myself. And if you have a developer, you can just email the instructions to a developer, voila, and that's great. But of course, in the Agency Overdrive, we're trying to learn how to do all these things ourselves as best as possible with as much fluency as possible. So we'll manually install the pixel code, and really, really easy. The first thing Facebook's showing you is not actual code. They're just explaining to you where it should go. So they're saying they want you to put insert pixel code here. This code down here is what's supposed to go in the header section of your site. Now, I want to just make this clear because a lot of people have a lot of confusion about this. If the code is in the footer section of your site, it'll still fire. If it's in the body of your page, it'll still fire. Facebook wants it in the header of the page, and you should put it in the header of the page because guess what? The header of your website loads first. So in case there might be some, video in the body that's taking a while to load and the footer code hasn't loaded yet, if you have the Facebook pixel in the header of your site, you'll have a greater chance of collecting a user even if the rest of the page doesn't load. But it'll work wherever. The other advantage of putting it in the header is that it'll typically then be installed on every single page of your site. So I have Google Tag Manager installed on my site, and you should have Google Tag Manager installed, and it's very, very easy to install. So what I would do here is by the way, keep all this turned on, which is very positive for Google getting better data when it comes to optimizing campaigns. And the main thing though is we're going to go into here, copy code to clipboard. Just click that right there. And then you're going to go into if you're going to do this directly in the back end of your site, that's fine. If you have WordPress, you could have a tag manager. There's plenty of great tag manager plugins. If you're on Squarespace, there's a place to add header code for the whole site. Wix and Weebly, they all have all these website builders, including HubSpot and these other more modern CMS systems, and even Shopify and all the 3D Cart, Magento, BigCommerce. I've used them all. They all have an easy place to just inject header code. That's what you're looking for. But I'm going to show you how to do it in Google Tag Manager because it's the best place to do it. So here I am in a Google Tag Manager account. And most of you, when you log into Google Tag Manager, you'll be on this overview page. It'll show you what domain it's on. And you go into tags. And I happen to have the Facebook Pixel tag installed already. But if you don't, I'm going to show you how to do it. So you're going to click New for a new tag, and you're going to title it. So you'll title it something like Facebook Pixel. And I already have it. Oh, okay, Facebook Pixel. And you're going to configure your tag first by clicking that button. And go figure, Google Tag Manager doesn't have a default Facebook Pixel integration, last I checked. But it doesn't really matter because you're just going to simply use a custom HTML tag down here. So you can go to custom HTML tag, and then you simply paste in what you have from your clipboard. It's right there. That's that. And then you go to triggering. So you need to trigger this pixel. So you need to tell Google Tag Manager when this pixel should be triggered. So for a lot of different types of tags, let's say you have a tag for an exit popover that you might only want to trigger on a certain page. But I'm going to trigger it on all pages, and that's a default trigger that Google Tag Manager comes with. Simple enough. Save. And then remember, by the way, once you've saved it, you must submit the container. And then you publish that container. And of course, by the way, you have to have a container added to your site already. And that's the beauty of Tag Manager, is all you need to do is add one tag to the back end of your site one time, which is the Google Tag Manager container tag, and then all the additional tags you just do through this beautiful Tag Manager interface, which is fantastic. Now, if you want to just double check to see if the tag is working on your site, Google Tag Manager has a really great preview and diagnostics tool that allows you to go to your site and actually see which tags are firing when. So I'm going to click over here, preview, and I'm going to show you this preview tool real quick. Now Google Tag Manager is going to reload in preview mode, right? So it says now previewing workspace, and I'm just going to open up one of the pages that should have this tag. And you'll see on the bottom, something will pop up and it'll show me, and this is a Tag Manager preview and debug toolbar that you could scale up and down. And it'll show me the tags fired on this page. So I see Facebook Pixel, which is the original one, and this FB Pixel, which is the new one. So I know that it's firing on the page as it should be. And remember, with the Facebook Pixel, all you want and all you are looking for is that it's firing. We're not looking for custom conversions right now. We just want to know that this pixel is firing. Now I'm going to go actually and delete that tag because I already have my Facebook Pixel. So this is one I just created. So if I go into it, I could go click this three dot icon and just delete it. And delete it. And now it's gone. And I'm going to submit again. You have to always submit after changes. And publish and continue. And then I'm going to leave preview mode. Go back to my workspace. And I'm going to leave preview mode. And that will allow me to continue on going back to the site. And if I refresh, this preview and debug toolbar will not be visible. Okay, now let's continue on. Now that we've installed our tag in Tag Manager, let's continue on a little bit. And that brings us back to our Pixel overview dashboard showing activity, purchases, etc., so on and so forth. And of course, if it's a new Pixel, all this will be blank, but this report will eventually become filled in, and you could change the date range, and it's just like any other reporting. We don't need to go into that. But let's create an audience. So over here, we're going to create up here. And again, if you ever get lost, you always just go back up into this menu, go back to all tools, you go back into the events manager, and this is where everything lies, in the events manager. So you go into your data source for your specific pixel, and we're going to create an audience. And remember, we said audiences are segments of our population. So I might want to create it. So by default, you could create, Facebook allows you to create an all website visitors. That's the default audience. Now, you don't have to create these audiences right away. Okay, so some people think like, oh, do I have to create the audiences right away? It'll look retroactively at all the data that's collected so far. It's not going to only collect data moving forward. Okay, that's a big thing to understand. So don't worry. Like, you could just add your pixel to the site, and in 60 days from now or 30 days from now, if you're coming to create audiences, it'll look back at all the data in the database, which is why, just to reiterate, it's so important to add that pixel to your site right away. This is also an important toggle over here. Include people who meet any or all of the following. So this is an and or statement for creating rules for pixels. So let's say I want to create a remarketing audience of, let's say I want to create a campaign that targets people who bought from me in the past, but also people that visited a specific page. So let's say I would go and say, okay, people who visited a specific page in the past 30 days, I can make it 90 days or whatever it is. And the URL contains something like a specific blog post, maybe I had blog, webinar, sign up. I don't know. You have to go and grab that URL. And again, you don't have to, put in the full URL. And I could also create another rule, and the URL also has to match another URL. So you can get as creative as you want, and you could remove that. So I could further refine. So I could say that people who have visited this page more than 2 times. And again, like, this is not something which is used that often. And you could also further refine by device. So I could say that I only want to put people on this audience if they've met this criteria above on any of these devices. All right. So again, not usually used that often. I can include more people. I can create another rule. So if I have any of these following criteria, it's this or this. So maybe I want to have let's say, completed a purchase in the past 30 days, right? That's, I'm willing to, this audience will then contain anybody who purchased in the past 30 days or anybody who viewed this specific URL. But if I change this to all, it's going to be changed to an and statement. So now the only people on this list will be people who purchased and people who viewed this webinar sign up. And I could further narrow and create more rules, and you can get very, very creative. There's literally limitless amounts of different types of audiences that you could create. It's pretty cool. So let's say, okay, I'm going to create all people who purchased in the last 90 days, and I'm going to name it purchasers last 90, just so I could remember what that is when I go to create it and add it to a command. So now go and create the audience. And that's that. I've created a custom audience. And now there's a couple things I could do. So I could use that custom audience in an ad campaign. So I could say, if I have a new product that I think will be good for my existing customers, I could target my ads to previous purchasers. But I could also create lookalike audiences, and that's another very powerful thing. I could say, all right, I want to create a new campaign targeting new people, but I want Facebook, but because I have a good amount of data on previous purchasers, I want Facebook to take a look at this lookalike audience. I want Facebook to take a look at the characteristics of this audience, of people who have bought from me in the past, and find new people like them that Facebook thinks will also become new customers of mine. So you could create lookalike audiences from audiences. You could also use those audiences themselves as a targeting parameter in a campaign. And then you can go ahead and create another audience. You can keep creating as many custom audiences as you'd like. So that's the idea of creating custom audiences. And there's no additional coding necessary. Once you have the pixel on your site, you can create as many audiences as you want without any additional modifications to the code. Now let's go ahead and create a custom conversion. So let's say I want to create a conversion. If somebody gets to this page, this is a page on my website it's a sales page. It's a webinar offer page where people could actually check out. And say I want to create an audience of anybody who's reached this page, but did not actually check out, for example. Or I'm sorry, rather I want to create a conversion event for anybody who's reached this page. So I'll just copy the string, this URL string, and I'm going to create a custom conversion. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come in here, I'm going to create a custom conversion. And again, custom conversions are all URL based. So URL contains, and I paste that in, and I could do an or statement. I could add additional rules, and I'll name that anybody who, let's say, viewed webinar sales page. The category will be, let's see, view content. And the value, meaning the value is not clear here because this is not an actual purchase. But let's say I know that my conversion rate is 1%, right? And my conversion rate is 1%, and the value of this sale is $500. So I'll just put a $5 conversion value over there, $5 US dollars, and I'll create that conversion. And again, I don't have to use that conversion. I don't have to use it. I don't have to optimize any campaigns for that conversion right now. But eventually I might want to use that. And this is also important when you talk about micro conversions, because say, for example, I'm running you're running a campaign for a webinar, and you're making an offer at the end of that webinar, or you're actually trying to sell a product off your website and it's expensive, and you don't have that many sales per day, but you have a lot more people reaching the sales page. So instead of optimizing a Facebook campaign off of a specific actual end sale, you might want to test optimizing a Facebook campaign or a Facebook ad set off of a micro conversion, off of somebody actually reaching the sales page, because that will be feeding Facebook's algorithms more data. And I've spoken about micro conversions in the past. We've been doing that a lot for Google ads, using more automated bidding strategies. And it's the same thing is true for Facebook, where you want to continue to feed Facebook's algorithms more and more data, more and more conversion data. So if you could create a custom conversion off of a step that's before the final step, and you happen to know your conversion rate, that's a very worthwhile thing to do, which is similar to what I just set up there. So you create done, and that's custom conversions. And I could set up additional custom conversions, and I name those conversions. Now I could test events as well. So let's say I want to test an event. You could test an event in real time. So I could clear. You might have some activity here, but you can clear activity. And if I refresh this page, and let's say I want to go to this website and test to make sure my event was set up properly, right? I want to make sure I have a $5 conversion event set up when somebody hits this page. So I go back into my Facebook pixel. I refresh, and you have to refresh. You might have to refresh a couple times for Facebook to give you this option. Okay, there you go. So you enter the website URL. I open the website. I let it load. And then I go back to my Facebook Pixel tab, and it shows me that it seemed to work, right? So I see viewed webinar sales page, conversion value 500, but that should be $5. And at least we know that the conversion is actually working. So that's very, very good. And I think this test event is actually a really useful tool, because it's when you're creating these custom conversions, it's always worthwhile to just run a quick test to make sure it's set up properly. So going back to my overview page, that's okay. So that's the idea of creating custom conversions. So we've created audiences, we've created custom conversions, and now I want to show you the second way of creating conversions, which is using Facebook's default event library. And like I said originally, this is my preferred way of setting up events. So I'm going to set up, and under setup is where you have install Pixel. You're going to set up new events. Now again, like I said, like Facebook has this whole, it's like all these things are in convoluted places. You have events manager, then you have all these different submenus. And then under the same menu is installing the Pixel and setting up events, but the custom conversions events is somewhere else. So you just have to understand that these basic things exist. And it's really just three things. It's the Pixel, which is step one. Then there's what you could do with the Pixel, which is branches out into two areas. You can create custom audiences, and you could create conversion tracking. And under conversion tracking, there's two primary ways of doing it: URL-based custom conversion actions and event-based libraries of pre-built Facebook events, which to me is the preferred method. So I'm going to click set up new events, and I'm going to use Facebook's event. I'm going to use manually install event code, because this is the one just that works the best. And here you have a menu where you're going to actually get all the code for these pre-built events. Now, first thing is there's a menu of different categories. So you go to and a lot of them are the same, by the way. So you go to real estate, they give you a bunch of pre-built, like, contact, a lead, somebody schedules an appointment. If I go to travel, maybe it's like, initiate a checkout. But this is just really like, so if you just go to e-commerce and retail, you get the biggest list, and you could also see more events by twirling down this menu. And these are the events that Facebook has pre-built. You cannot add new ones. This is what you're working with. So if you find something here that's relevant to your event that you want to track, and most likely you will, it's better to use this. So say, for example, I want to track a purchase. So I'm going to go over to the purchase one, and I'm going to twirl it down. And this is where I'm going to actually be setting up and getting my code. So let's say I'm setting up a conversion action for my Agency Overdrive subscription. So if you're tracking revenue from something which is a recurring revenue, you have to know your lifetime value, or you have to be able to predict it to some extent. If you're tracking sales of a static product, then it's fine, you know your value. And that's something which is like when you're tracking conversions for subscriptions for a new subscription, you're not going to really know your lifetime value. And in fact, getting an actual lifetime value is very hard. I would just recommend being a little bit conservative, because you want to get when you're sending value back, you want to get as clear of a sense of ROI as you possibly can. So I'm going to put in $132 for my conversion value for a Agency Overdrive buyer. You need to put in the ISO code for currency, so it's a 3-digit code. I don't have an ID, and quantity is 1, but by default it's going to just track one conversion. If you have a certain type of checkout that by default there's multiple quantities, that's fine. And content ID is for dynamic ads if you're using a shopping feed. But again, if you're doing that, then most of the time your conversions are set up through the Shopify partner integration or whatever CMS you're using anyway. You could add additional parameters that you're sending if you're using custom analytics or things like that, but again, not relevant in most cases. So you set up your basic you set up your basic parameters, your conversion value. You could leave it blank. And again, by the way, you want to save this track event on page load. This is the easiest way to install custom events. And remember, we're not doing anything URL based here. Like, we actually have to take the code Facebook gives us and add it to our page. So Facebook suggests that you're going to paste this new script right at the end of the original Facebook code. And again, it doesn't have to be right at the end of the Facebook code. It could be anywhere on the page. And you could hover over and copy this to your clipboard. So I'm going to go into the back end of one of my pages, which is where I am over here. And if any of you have used Shopify, you'll recognize this. Now realize that I don't have the Facebook main pixel on this page because I use it, I install it through Google Tag Manager. And if you're doing that, if you're doing Google Tag Manager, which you should, you're not going to actually see in the HTML the Facebook output. Now, I could also install this exact same script within Google Tag Manager. Totally fine way of doing it. But I want to show you how to also install it on the page itself. So I have this Facebook already over here, but I'm going to go down to the bottom of the page right before the closing body tag, and I'm just going to paste that in. And that's that. And I'm going to click save. I have my, it's showing me that I'm tracking a purchase, and the value is 132, and the currency is US dollars. And remember that the only reason why this works without having the Facebook pixel in the code of that page is because the Facebook pixel is already installed on this page through Google Tag Manager. These events that I'm showing you how to set up here will not work. These events will not work unless you have a Facebook pixel on the page. Okay, so again, these are add-ons. These little pieces of script for events are add-ons to the Facebook pixel. And again, one of the utilities of, well, two of the main reasons why you would want to use Facebook's event library like we're doing here, as opposed to doing a URL-based rule. Two reasons. One is if you end up changing the URL, you're going to mess up your conversion tracking code if you're using custom conversion trackings, and you will not mess up the code if you're just adding the code manually to the page. And two is in the Facebook reporting in ad campaigns, Facebook Facebook has a bunch of these default column sets that will automatically include Facebook's own pre-built conversion events. That's why I like to use these events when I can. Now, let's say I'm done and I want to create a registration event or something else. I can just go back into setup. I set up a new event. I manually install the event code, and then I could say, okay, maybe we're going to do a subscription. Or we're going to do a complete registration. So somebody registers for my webinar, or a contact form, something like that. So I'll click on contact and I'll paste that. And I don't have any activity yet for that because I don't have this tag active. And again, you would want to put this contact code where, not where the form is, but on the thank you page of the form. That's what's very important. Track an event on an inline action is what you would have to set up if you don't have a thank you page, if you just want to track the event based on a button click. And in that case, you're going to need to know the ID of the button. So over here, Facebook gives you a default contact button ID. You'll have to actually know the ID of the specific button you want to track, and then you could track an event on an inline action. But if you actually have a thank you page, which in most cases you should, for any conversion or any page that signifies that that conversion must have happened, then just use the event on page load function. It's much easier, and that doesn't, you don't need to know any sort of, IDs for different elements on your page. So again, you can go back, and there's all these, and you could continue to go back into this event setup system and set up as many events as you want. Now remember, even setting up the events doesn't do anything. And when you create campaigns, you could cherry pick which event or which conversion you want to optimize for. So don't feel nervous or don't hesitate to set up as many conversion actions as you possibly can or as you want. You could use them later on. Certain campaigns could optimize for this conversion, other campaigns can optimize for that conversion, and you could actually change the optimization if you're using some Facebook automated bidding, which you should. You could change that automated bidding to optimize across any event that you want. So I'll show you quickly how to do that. So let's say we go back into Ads Manager, and I'm going to look at some campaigns I have that are optimizing for conversion actions. So for example, this campaign, all the ad sets are optimizing for completed registrations. So if I go into here and I go into one of the ad sets and I click edit, you'll see that that I'm tracking to complete a registration. Like that's what I'm looking to do. Say I wanted to change that. I want to just do that in a different campaign that is not active or as active. I'll go into here. I'll click on an ad set. And say I want to say, okay, instead of optimizing for completed registration, maybe I'll optimize for view webinar sales page. That's that new conversion action we just added and we tested it. Green means it was tested. Green doesn't mean any events were received. Green just means it was tested. Or I want to optimize for an actual purchase, and it shows you how many events were received. So 104 events were received, or I could choose my completed registrations. So you could cycle through all the different conversion actions you've set up, whether they be event-based or custom conversions. Because remember, viewed webinar sales page was a custom conversion that we set up using a URL rule. And I'm going to bring that back to complete a registration. So And that's the conversion action this ad set is going to be tracking, and that's the conversion action that this budget will be optimizing to receive. And then this is useful because I can go down and when I'm bidding, I could choose to bid in different ways. I could choose to target a cost per registration, or if let's say I'm going to be optimizing for view webinar sales page, I would only want to pay maybe like $2 for a view of a webinar sales page, and I could do that. So if I go back, because I'm going to be optimizing for an event registration, or actually rather, if I was actually a view of a sales page would be more valuable. But anyway, I'm going to go back to change that to complete registration, and because I made a couple different edits here, hopefully I won't have to publish, but yes, at some point Facebook's a little annoying, they'll make you publish, which is why I wanted to go in here and do these edits in a campaign that's not active, or not as active, or not as important. So that's the value of tracking, setting up these conversion tracking systems, whether you're doing it through a URL based, or you're doing it through, or whether you're doing it through the pre-built event library in Facebook. Let's go back to our events manager, and I'm going to show you the partner integrations real quick. So again, we start off with data sources. Within data sources, I could test my events. We showed you that. There's diagnostics. If you ever have any errors, Facebook will show you what the errors are and how they're impacted. Custom conversions are those URL-based conversions that you're setting up. And over here under custom conversions is where you're going to see an overview and data of all the different custom URL-based conversions you have set up. And under custom conversions, you will not have the data from the events. You're only going to have data from your URL-based conversions. And then lastly, we're going to have partner integrations, where you're going to be able to go in and set up, a direct integration with a CMS that you might be using. And this is another easy way to do it. So let's say you're doing it for Kajabi. I can connect my Kajabi account by clicking connect account. I will click continue. It's going to give me some instructions for what to do, and then you just sort of follow the steps straight through, and you'll be able to then more easily set up the pixel tracking and different conversion events based on all the information that Kajabi sends to Facebook ads. And you can do the same thing with all these other platforms such as Shopify, and all these different things. Like I could set up a website event based on URL, but I could do the same thing otherwise. Listen, it makes it I'm all for the partner integrations, especially if you're doing e-commerce. That's when it really becomes valuable, because it makes tracking dynamic conversion value much easier. So if you have a Shopify catalog with 300 products, we have clients that have 20,000 SKUs in their Shopify library. Facebook will automatically pull the value of a sale by using that integration. So it's very, very worthwhile. And if you scroll down here, you'll see all these different potential integrations you could use. So anyway, thank you for watching. I hope this was useful. And like I said in the beginning, Facebook makes all this stuff look very, very complicated. But remember, there's just 3 components, and visualize it like a family tree diagram. You have the pixel. The pixel is the most important thing to just get on your site, do it through Google Tag Manager, make sure it's firing on every single page. The pixel is going to be what just creates a database of users. It's just your total population. From the pixel, that branches out into 2 areas. What is the utility of a pixel? What can you actually do with the data from a pixel? Well, there's 2 primary things. I could create custom audiences. Those custom audiences could be used as targeting parameters in ad campaigns. There's all different types of custom audiences you could create. You can get creative, but the point is that you could then use slices or segments or buckets of your total audience to have custom audiences, which you could then create. You could then use as targeting parameters, or you could create lookalike audiences off of your custom audiences. But that's the number one. That's the first utility of the pixel. Audiences, which are custom audiences, lookalike audiences. The second utility of the pixel is conversion tracking. Conversion tracking has all these different useful things built into it. So it's for optimizing campaigns. It's for targeting bid caps. It's for budget optimization. It's all different things you could use to make your campaigns more effective. Reporting, value, ROAS, all those things. But the main thing is, like, you just need to know that that's the second utility of the pixel, is conversion tracking in general. From conversion tracking, you branch out into 2 more areas. You have the pre-built event library, in Facebook, which allows you to set up all these like common conversions. And then you have the custom conversions, which are URL-based conversions that if you don't see something that is easy for you to integrate or set up in the, or you don't have access to manually edit any code, and you don't see anything that you could use in the pre-built Facebook events library, then you just create custom conversions based on URL, but those are the exact same thing essentially. Conceptually, they're the same thing. It's just telling Facebook when a valuable event occurred. And you add that value in the form of US dollars, and you track that custom events, and then you track that custom value, so you have ROAS reporting, and Facebook could optimize for your higher value visitors. And lastly, you have the partner integrations that if you're using one of these popular CMS systems that Facebook integrates with natively, you could use those to set up conversion tracking in an easier way, especially when it comes to e-commerce, if you need to track dynamic conversion value. So that's all about the Facebook Pixel. That's how to use it. That's how to find all the different things within the account. It's how to configure everything with the settings that will make your business grow the best. And hopefully you'll be able to use this information to then clearly explain to your clients how all this stuff works, how all this stuff works together, and why it's so important to be just collecting a database of users right away. And lastly, just to reiterate, get that pixel on your site right away. Make sure it's in the header section. Make sure it's firing on every single page. And that's that. It's really not so complicated once you wrap your mind around it. Like once you understand the core components, it's really quite simple. It's quite understandable, and it's fun to be able to explain this stuff to people that are very, very confused by it, because most people, when they go into Facebook ads and they start thinking about pixels and events and custom conversions and lookalike audiences and actual targeting audiences, they get very confused. And you'll now be able to just break it down in simple bite-sized chunks and explain clearly, professionally, how they all work together to create more effective Facebook ads campaigns. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very shortly in the next lecture. Howdy everybody, I want to spend a few minutes talking about Facebook ads, lookalike audiences. There's a lot of confusion around this stuff, so I thought it would be a good video to make, and I hope it'll be pretty helpful. I've been doing a lot of Facebook ads myself recently, and our company manages a lot of Facebook campaigns, and there's a lot of quirks and weird things when it comes to Facebook advertising. A lot of things have changed with Facebook advertising, a lot of best practices. So I'm going to duplicate an ad set and create a lookalike audience, and I'll explain to you what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so what we're looking at over here is the campaigns tab in our company's or my Facebook ads manager. So there's two campaigns here we see in the view. They're both inactive, as you could tell. And the basic hierarchy is you have campaigns, ad sets, and then ads. So it's like somewhat similar to Google Ads, but there's a lot of differences as well with like what settings are configured at the ad set level or the campaign level, and ads itself. So a couple best practices to start. So first of all, you guys should be testing dynamic creative. Dynamic content allows you to upload multiple assets for each individual, I guess, feature of an ad, or different pieces of content for an ad, and I'll show you what that looks like in a second. And Facebook's AI, Facebook's algorithms will optimize and find the best positions for these ads. But the first thing I want to, or the best combinations of the different elements. The first thing I want to show you though is, or the first thing I wanted to explain really, is the importance of weighting. When you're using some of these automated features, which work better than you being able to manually manage your campaigns, they will work better over time. Like we've seen this with clients over and over and over again. You got to wait. You got to give Facebook enough time to figure out what works best. Like let Facebook do that work for you. And it could take a week, 2 weeks of just letting things run, not messing around with your budgets, with your daily budgets too much, not making changes to ads too much, and you'll see good results. So dynamic content, if we just click into one of these ads, we click edit, you'll see that there's multiple different elements of each. There's multiple options that I'm giving Facebook for every ad element. So there's images, right? So you're able to upload up to 10 different images individually, and Facebook will rotate them, and they'll mix and match them with different headlines and text. One tip over here, so there's this toggle that says allow additional optimizations. If you have images with text on them, like I do over here, then don't select this toggle. Because what this toggle basically does, it creates slideshows with text overlays over your images. So what's going to happen if you have an image with text, then there'll be an image with text over it in this, and it just looks bad. So I leave that off if I have images with text. And I found that images with some text work well, but of course you can't have more than 20% of your image being text. Otherwise Facebook will disapprove your ad. Another thing, you should get in the habit of uploading 1080 by 1080 images, the 1080 pixels by 1080 pixels. That's the ad format that will get the most amount of placements now. Like it used to be, Instagram and Facebook Messenger and the display network through Facebook were like very minor portions of the advertising inventory that you would get through a Facebook campaign, and that's changed. So like I'm getting a lot of good results from Instagram, and so are our clients. Instagram placements, if you don't know, they take place through the Facebook advertising ecosystem. Like there's not a separate Instagram advertising backend. It's all done through Facebook. Facebook owns Instagram. One of the things I just like to do, it's a really cool tool, is if you click this little icon under ad preview and I click send notification to Facebook, I'll get a notification on my mobile phone to see how an ad looks on my mobile device, like inside my feed. So I have my phone here. If I click send notification, it says preview notification could not be sent, but that's just a glitch. It usually is sent. Let me find it here. I'm going to open up Facebook. I go to my notifications tab. Sure enough, it says your ad is ready to preview. So I click on that notification and it shows me a preview of what the ad will look like. Now, this image you're seeing here is actually the ad being somewhat cut off, but that's not how it actually ends up showing up in the Facebook newsfeed. It's like a weird glitch in this ad preview and diagnostics tool. You could preview what it looks like on a desktop newsfeed, and again, you could send that notification to Facebook, whatever it is you want to do. One more thing is if you scroll down, you'll see that there's multiple options for text. This is the main body of the text. So let's go back to desktop newsfeed, gives me a largest preview. So I put in a few different versions and I can add 2 more. Add in your website URL, display link. You can't test those, but you could test 5 different headlines. You could test 5 different news feed link descriptions, and you could test different call to action buttons. And again, there's no way to control or tell Facebook which combinations or which text to prefer. With dynamic content, you're leaving that in Facebook's hands. This is similar to what Google Ads has been releasing and pushing very heavily with multiple headlines and multiple descriptions in their dynamic responsive search ads. It's a very, very good tool to use. So if you have Facebook campaigns running and you don't have dynamic content set up, I strongly suggest you test some dynamic content. It's very powerful and it works really well, and you have to give it some time. So you got to give it a $50 a day budget, $100 a day budget, and you got to let it run for a week or two. If you don't have that money, I don't know what to tell you. Like I have this conversation with clients all the time where it's like, listen, like this is how you're going to get the best results. So you have to sort of invest if you want to be a long-term player in this game. Like gone are the days where you're going to launch a Facebook campaign and you're going to start getting registrations or clicks or conversions for under $1. Like you can get there, like you can get to under $1, but it's not going to happen on day 1 or on day 4. You have to really give it time, and you have to let Facebook's AI do its magic, work in your favor. Now, many of you might be thinking, well, how can I see which combinations are performing the best? So you could see that. So let's say I'm going to change this to the last 30 days, let's say, some more data. I can go into this campaign, and I could, once I select that, then I'm seeing the ad sets and the ads for that campaign. I go to the ads tab and I click breakdown, and you do by dynamic creative asset. And then I can see the breakdown of the combination of everything, image, video, and slideshow, etc., text. It's like really, really cool. Like this is much more information than Google gives you on the dynamic content. So I click on combination. You'll see that in each ad set, it'll show me the top performing version. But I could also twirl down this bottom overview tab, and it'll show me additional results as well. Now, I've been running a bunch of different ads and have been editing them over the last couple of weeks just because I found a lot of mistakes and I've been rushing. So I would see more results once I twirled this down if I had the other ads. If the other ads in the account were still active, but a lot of the other ads that had gotten results are now deleted, those images, so you're not actually seeing the results from there. And one more thing here. If you go, you could see, let's say I want to see which text is performing the best. So I'll filter the breakdown by text. maybe I'll sort the results. I'll sort the column by results, and I'll see like which text is performing the best. It's getting you the most results. And maybe I'll see like what's the cost per result. And if you hover over, you'll see the full text. So definitely, once you're running dynamic content, use this breakdown tool, dynamic content, to get a sense of what's working. If I click call to action, like what call to action buttons, like, okay, sign up is working really well. Get show times is working really well. So you start getting a sense of what works, right? And then the next round of modifications, you try to add more content along the lines of what's been working. And it's like a really good strategy. It's really simple. It's not rocket science, and it just works. So I'll clear all my breakdowns. And now what I want to do is I want to create a new ad set within one of these campaigns. There's 2 campaigns here. One of them is lead forms ads. I'll cover lead forms in a separate video. And one of them is a campaign that's optimizing for conversions, optimizing for registrations. And of course, I have my registration tag, my Facebook pixel firing properly. I'll cover that in a different video. That's not the point I want to cover here. I have 1,600 conversions from this campaign here with around $13,500 of spend. And we can take a look at the basic high-level configurations of this campaign by clicking Edit. And I'll see my campaign name, budget optimization. And this is another thing I want to show you, is that you could set a daily budget at the campaign level. That's what you should do. And you'll have better performance if you use campaign budget optimization. So that's another setting that you set up, which basically overrides the individual ad set level budget caps, and it sort of spreads the budget effectively, or as effectively as it thinks it could, across whatever ad sets are in that campaign. So that's an important thing to use. So campaign budget optimization is a really, really important tool. Very, very worthwhile using. Okay, so here in this campaign here, I have these 2 ad sets. So if I twirl them up, it's a little bit neater. I have 2 ad sets, and this little 4 ad icon represents an ad set. And I twirl them down, and I see I have 1 ad running, 1 dynamic content ad running, and that's sort of what I want to do right now. But the targeting, the audiences that you set up, like who you want to show ads to, is set up at the ad set level. Both of these ad sets are targeting lookalike audiences. Lookalike audiences is at its simplest form is a population based off a source audience. So your source audience is data that you collect and that you feed into Facebook. So that could be people that trigger based on a Facebook pixel. So it might be visitors of a certain page of your site. So that you could say like all the visitors of a certain page of my site, or all the visitors of my entire site, are my source audience. And I want you to find people that are like that. Facebook's very vague with like what parameters and dimensions they use to determine who's like your source audience. Like, is it because they have the same email address, or is it because they have the same preferences, or is it because they like the same movies, or they've done the same things? Like it's really hard to know. But part of like moving towards automation is like being okay with not knowing a lot of things. So you might not know exactly what Google uses to determine that, but all you really need to know is that lookalike audiences in many cases work really, really well. You could also combine lookalike audiences with other targeting. So in this ad set, lookalike audiences plus an interest, I have a lookalike audience, and this lookalike audience was, the source audience was 1,300 people who registered for a live webinar. Like that was my source audience, and I wanted Facebook to find all the people that are like that, whatever that means. And I'm going to show you, there's a few different configurations within that are important to understand, and I'll show you that in a minute. But you could also combine it with other targeting. So if I go down here, up here in my audience section, we'll describe this in a little bit more detail in a second. This is my overall audience. This is my lookalike audience. And I have some age restrictions, but I also have, in order to show the ad, the person has to be part of the lookalike audience, and they have to have an interest, be in the interest category of online advertising. So you could further narrow down your lookalike audiences by an interest category, and that's a cool thing to test. So like the basic idea of this test between these 2 ad sets is, will I get better performance? And in this case, better performance means more website registrations for a lower cost per registration by just targeting lookalike audiences, or will it be better if I target lookalike audiences plus a specific interest related to what I'm trying to sell, which is online marketing education? And that test has been running and the results are inconclusive as of yet. But I want to try a new lookalike audience. I want to try an audience of people who submitted a form on my website, on our website. So, well, I think that would be a good lookalike audience, is people who have submitted a form who are interested in digital advertising services, high quality people. They've submitted a form, they've expressed interest. All the emails that we have are 100% legitimate. So I think it's like a really good base source audience to start from. You need at least, you should really have a couple hundred people in your source audience. That's an important thing to keep in mind. If you don't have 100 or 200 or 300 emails, like I would say 500 emails is really where you want to be if you want to create lookalike audiences off an email list. But if you don't have those 500 emails, you could use other things. Like you could use a Facebook pixel on your site to create audiences. And if you do not have the Facebook pixel on your site, stop watching this and go put the Facebook pixel on your site. You don't need to do anything with it. Just at least let it collect data. So even if you're getting 5 or 10 visitors a day, get that pixel on your site. And if you guys want a more in-depth video about Facebook Pixel and Facebook Pixel configurations, let me know in the comments. And if there's enough people that are interested, I'll create a Facebook Pixel video. So here I have an export of, I don't know, it's like around 2,000 people who recently submitted a form on our website. 1,929. And I also removed any lead and we use HubSpot as our CRM. Here's HubSpot. I removed any lead we marked as junk. So junk leads were, like bloggers asking for guest posting, or people who had really, really, really bad websites that we couldn't help, or really strange. You get some of these strange form submissions. You guys know what junk leads are. So I removed the junk leads. So this, I think there was maybe 25 or 2,600 form submissions from this date range, and cleaned it up a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to eventually be able to, I'm going to delete first name and last name. We're just going to need email for that CSV export, but let's just go in and do this. So to copy, so we covered optimization and delivery. This is sort of its own video as well. I don't want to mix and match too many different topics here. Like what I really want to talk about is lookalike audiences, but I did want to throw in campaign budget optimization. That I think is important. Test campaign budget optimization. So you're setting a budget at the campaign level on Facebook. You're selecting campaign budget optimization. It's always best to optimize for conversions. You don't necessarily need to set a bid cap per conversion, but sometimes it's a good thing to do. And also test dynamic creative. Okay, so that's like sort of the fundamentals, setting the stage for what we're going to do here. So I'm going to go into, I'm going to make sure I'm in the right campaign. Okay, so I'm going to take, let's say, this lookalike audience, this ad set, and I'm just going to simply duplicate it. Just a quick tip, if it's better to make sure your dynamic creative assets are all in place in one of these ad sets. So let's say I go into this ad set. If this is the one I'm going to duplicate, and let's say I wanted to write 2 more text options, or I wanted to edit some of this text, do that first. So then when you duplicate it, it's all there. It's a real pain in the butt to have to toggle. Like Facebook does not make it easy to toggle back and forth between dynamic ads and ad sets and copy and pasting. It's really, really a hassle. So just make sure you have that in place. And I don't like this. I need to do a lot of work with these ads, but I'm going to duplicate it anyway because that's just what I'm doing, moving along. So inside this campaign, well, I could actually go into the edit screen from here, into my conversions campaign, and I'm going to take this lookalike audience from Zoom Webinar, make sure it's selected, and I'm going to click this little duplicate icon. So I want to duplicate it in my original campaign. I don't want it to be a test. And let's see here. I'm sorry. I want to duplicate it in this existing campaign. So conversion rate, registration. I can make multiple copies of each ad set. So say I'm going to make, do the same test, like this new lookalike audience plus an interest targeting. I could do 2 copies, but I could just make that copy later. So I'm going to click duplicate, and simple enough, it's going to duplicate my ad set. But it looks like I'm getting a warning because this is what Facebook does all the time. Maybe missing page ID, creative details, or invalid fields exists. Doesn't make sense. Maybe I have to review and publish a change. I don't remember updating creative unless I did, which is annoying because then that's going to put all the ads back into review, and that's what my post is going to be about tonight, how frustrating the Facebook review process is. I spoke to our Facebook rep today on the phone, and she's helping to expedite our agency review process, but it sometimes takes 24 hours. You make a little change in an ad and you have a whole day where that ad's not running. So that's no good. So let's try this again. So we're gonna go into the lookalike audiences from Zoom. I'm sorry, I have like these weird tics. I like to go into my edit screen from the campaign level. Like I think we all do. Like if you're sitting in front of a computer long enough, like you sort of develop your own weird behavioral patterns that don't necessarily make sense. It's just like a OCD comfort thing, or maybe it's just me. I don't know. So we're gonna edit this campaign. We're gonna go into this asset that I want to duplicate. Let's try to clone this again, and we're gonna clone it here with one copy. How we go? All right, good. And it's called copy. So I'm going to type it lookalike audiences from website. How about this? Lookalike audiences, adventure, media leads. Good. So now we're gonna have to go into edit. And this is sort of the same exact screen you're gonna see if you're creating a new campaign from scratch. So I'm just gonna remove these lookalike audiences over here for now. We're gonna start from scratch and go through it all together. So, okay. So here's my audience tab, and I'm setting up a new lookalike audiences. I'm gonna set up a new lookalike audience, and actually a few audiences, and I'll explain to you how we're gonna do that in a second. So first we create new, and we're gonna create a lookalike audience. So we need a source, right? We need a source for the lookalike. Now, Facebook is going to automatically exclude, Facebook claims that they're going to automatically exclude from your ad targeting anybody on the source audience, but I don't totally trust them. So as a preventative measure, I also add the specific source audience as an exclusion. I do that manually, and I'll show you that in a second. Okay, so let's talk about creating a new source. So we're going to create a new source, and I'm going to create a new custom audience. So I'm going to create a customer file, and I'm going to use a file that doesn't include LTV because I don't have lifetime value data for leads. Like maybe eventually I'll create a lookalike audience of current clients, but we're not such a huge agency that we have thousands of active clients, so maybe I won't do that. We'll see. But anyway, we're going to use a file that does not include LTV. When Facebook uploads this file, in the upload process, this information is getting hashed. Where so you're uploading an email, name, first name, last name, and what's happening is Facebook's not reading. When Facebook uploads all this information into the system, it's not like email, first name, last name. It's like it's all sort of transferred or transposed into this alphanumeric string, which is an ID, and Facebook looks to see if they have an ID in their database to match it with. Okay, anyway, that's not so important. So I'm going to do, I have email, first name, and last name in my export here. So I have email, first name, and last name. I'm just going to make sure I have this saved as a CSV on my desktop. Go back to Facebook, and I'm going to upload my file. So directly from customers, this is sort of like privacy stuff, upload file. And I'm going to upload my CSV. Nope, that's not it. Right here. And we're going to name the audience. So this is Adventure Leads HubSpot. Or maybe form submissions will make it more clear for me to remember later on. And that's it. Click next. See what happens here is we're going to map our field. So email, first name, and this is last name. Just map the fields like you typically do with all these different types of uploads. And that's probably pretty good. If I go back to HubSpot, I could probably add a few more identifiers, but first name, last name, email, you're probably golden. So now it's going to be this. That's what I was telling you about, this hashed upload. So 100% of my 1928 rows have been uploaded. Beautiful. Now we're going to create a lookalike audience. That's the next step. So we have our source audience. This is the 1930 people that Facebook's going to look at to create people who look, or to create audiences that look or are similar to this audience. So let's create a lookalike audience. A couple things here. You select your audience source. So I have my Adventure Form Submissions HubSpot. That's my source. Select audience location. So this is where you want to pool or pull these lookalike audience members from. So this gets a little bit confusing when you think about choosing locations here versus choosing locations in your actual ad targeting. So the way this basically works is whatever countries or locations you select here, Facebook's going to only add members of that audience if those people, if Facebook thinks those people live in those locations. Now, say I select just for an easy example, let's say I select the United States here. And then I select, when I actually go to create my ad set, I select United States and Mexico. So Facebook, you could definitely show ads to people in Mexico if you do that, but those are only people who are actually in Mexico that Facebook thinks lives in the United States. You understand? Now, say the flip side. Say I say in this section right here, in this select audience location, I select United States, Mexico, and Australia, right? So what you're telling Facebook is that you could create my lookalike audience from people who live in the United States, Facebook, and the United States, Mexico, and Australia. But say when I go to create my ad set settings, I only select target the United States. That means only ads will show in the United States. Even though I have members of the lookalike audience from Australia, and I have members in my lookalike audience from Mexico, because I am targeting this ad set to only show ads in the US, that's the setting that would override the where the members are coming from. Or it's not even really an override. It's like, okay, here's your pool, right? So it's like sort of three things. I have my source audience. I then have my lookalike audience, which could be, let's say, 5 million people from the US, Mexico, and Australia. But then I have my ad targeting. Like, I only want you to show ads to people in the US. So, okay, like there's a lot of members from my audience targeting lookalike audience that are just not going to get ads shown to them. So it's maybe a little bit confusing, but that's sort of the hierarchy of how this works. So for me, the select of the audience location is we're going to do United States and the United Kingdom, because I know that I'm going to show ads there. We're going to do Australia, if I could spell it right. And, let's start with that. And we could go back and edit this later. Now we have select audience size. So this is where things get confusing and there's a lot of ambiguity and all that sort of good stuff. So you have the number of lookalike audiences that you could select, and then you have this strange percentage bar. So let me explain to you what this is. And we've had a lot of back and forths with our Facebook reps about this. And the first couple times they told us what this was. They were just off. But anyway, if you have a lookalike audience set at 1%, what you're telling Facebook is that choose the 1% of the total potential population of the locations that I chose that are most similar to my source audience, okay? So it's not the 1% of my source audience that's most similar to my lookalike audience or whatever it is. It's like, let's say the United States is 200 million people, okay? So there's 200 million active users in the United States on Facebook, right? Total. If I have a 1% lookalike audience, it's telling Facebook, choose the 2 million people. 1% of 200 million is 2 million. Choose the 2 million people that are most like my source audience of 1,900 form submissions. If I say I want a 4% lookalike audience, it's telling Facebook, choose the 4 million people. So you're going to have 4 million people on your lookalike audience list without any additional age restrictions or location restrictions that you'll set up at the ad set level. This is just the creating audience sizes. Okay, so it's a percentage of the total population. And these numbers up here, you could use them as ballparks, but they're not totally accurate. The next cool thing you could do is you could create multiple lookalike audiences at the same time. So let's say I'm not sure, do I want to do 3%, 1%? If you're going to start off at all, I would strongly suggest start off at 1% of your population. But I'm going to create 5 audiences all at the same time. So I'll have a 1% audience, a 2% audience, a 3% audience, a 4% audience, and a 5% audience. Okay? So up to 1%, 1 to 2%, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. So the way this is working is a little different than if you had just selected one audience of 5%. So if I just select one audience of 5%, that one audience, according to Facebook, is going to have 13.7 million people on it. Okay? But if I select 5 audiences and I can move my slider around. So I have the 1, I have a 2, I have a 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Each audience will have a different 2.7 million people on it, right? Because in each percentile, it's the same volume of people in each percentile, in each range of percentages. So it's pretty cool. Like, once you sort of wrap your head around this concept of, like, I'm taking what you're telling Google is give me, in this range over here from 0 to 1%, it's giving me the 1% of Facebook users that are in the UK, United States, and Australia that are most like my 1,900 people that I've uploaded, right? And pretty simple. And I'm just saying that do that 5 times at different ranges of likeness. So now that's it. We're done. So, like, it's a little tricky, and but I think it's sort of pretty. Eventually, it'll just click and it'll just make sense. So we're going to create the audience, and that's it. We have our audience created. Now we can go ahead, continue building our ad set the way we would build any other. So I see that audience over here. I have the customer list, my source audience. I have my lookalike 4 to 5, my lookalike 1 to 2. It gives you the country codes, 3 to 4, 2 to 3, and 1%. And here's where I was telling you where I manually exclude my source list. So I'm going to manually exclude. I'm actually going to manually exclude my source list, and I'm going to manually exclude my other upload list, which was my webinar attendees who I don't want to see my ads anymore. What I really want to also do is exclude other audiences that have registered converters, and that's something that I'll set up after I do this video. A lot of people get nervous about this audience definition window on the right-hand side over here, where, like, Facebook will tell you that your audience is too specific, but how does that make sense? They told me I'm basically targeting 5 segments of 2.7 million people each. So how could you get me to less than 1,000 people? Well, you might say, oh, you got to less than 1,000 people because of your location targeting. And your age targeting, but that doesn't make sense. Like, there's no way that you went from 14 million people down to less than 1,000 because my age targeting is 17 to 40. That doesn't make any sense at all. Or that my language is just English, because everyone in the UK and the US and Australia speak English, right? So, like, I tend to just ignore this in most cases. Honestly, I think it's just a totally inaccurate gauge. But anyway, so let's go back to our locations. So what we're seeing here in this window is locations per audience. So Australia, UK, United States. You could edit your locations, and you're only going to have those 3. Because remember what we said, where the first time we chose locations when setting up our audience, we were choosing the locations we want to pull audience members from. Now we're choosing locations where we want to show ads to. 2 separate things. So I have used Australia, United States. So let's say I were to remove the UK and Australia. So I could remove those locations, and then I can go back and just, select United States. And I'll have that selected, but I'm going to add back in Australia. And I want to add in the United Kingdom because that's where I want to target my ads. I want my ads to be able to show in any of those 3 countries, let's say. Okay. I could also exclude locations. You could do all, this is not a video about location targeting. Ages, 17 to 40. I'm going to keep it at 17 to 40. English, UK, and I'm not going to leave out any other sort of targeting. Automatic placements, that's a recommended option. Like, I'm just going through some of these typical ad set. Like, we always do automatic placements unless, like, a client says they don't want their ad showing in a certain place. And we're going to optimize for conversions. Conversion windows will always be 1-day click. And that's basically it. Like, that was a lookalike audience from scratch from an email list. And, like, look, all of a sudden, I went up to, like, see how the gauge changed over here. Now it's potential reach unavailable because everything's the same. Like, I didn't change anything. So I told you this gauge is just not accurate. So we're going to click publish. Make sure I named it right. Lookalike audience, adventure media leads. And that's pretty good. Like, the dynamic content ad is going to be the same. And it's going to be in review, of course. And let's just wait till it publishes and we'll see how it goes. Close this off here and go over to our campaigns, back into the conversions. We have 3 ad sets. And if I go into this leads, we'll probably see 1 ad is in review, which is the case. So that's that. That's lookalike audiences. Just a quick recap. Lookalike audiences are awesome. You have the source audience. Facebook claims they automatically exclude the source audience from targeting, but be that as it may, it's still a really good feature. and I'll manually exclude those audiences, the exact audiences anyway. So lookalike audiences are really good. I would typically recommend creating 3, 4, 5 lookalike audiences at the different percentile ranges, because then you could see how broad Facebook could go, where you could still get good results in Facebook's own mind of likeness. So remember, when you choose a 2% range from 0 to 2, if you choose one lookalike audience that's 0 to 2%, you're saying take 2% of the total Facebook user population of the countries I chose. So if that's 300 million, then I'm telling Facebook take 6 million people that are most similar to whatever amount of people I have in my source audience, right? That's what you're saying. You're not telling Facebook where to target the ads. That comes at the ad set settings. But I recommend doing 5, or I guess what we've seen work the best is 5 individual audiences, each separated by 1%, but always have the 1%, because the 1% is going to be the most specific to your audience. And if you're going to only do one lookalike audience, just do 1%. That's usually more than enough, unless you're targeting a very narrow location, and then you might need, you might need to slide that lever up to 4, 5, 6, 7%. So lookalike audiences are really cool. You upload that CSV file right into Facebook as a custom audience. Then you select that custom audience as your source audience. That source audience is what's used to create your lookalike audiences. You choose the locations they should come from and the percentage and the breadth that you're giving Facebook to pull from the total population. And then you go ahead and create the rest of your settings in the ad settings tab as you would any other normal campaign. You can combine it with age restrictions and gender and interest categories and all that, in-market segments and all that good stuff. Campaign budget optimization is a big plus. Test it, and dynamic content, test it. And I hope this video was helpful, at least I think hopefully understanding the concept of lookalike audiences, the concept of source audiences, and also like what that entire slider of percentages really means in the context of Facebook. So enjoy. Let me know how your dynamic content campaigns go, especially if you're using lookalike audiences. But more importantly, wait, give it time. When you first launch a Facebook campaign that is targeting lookalike audiences, but more importantly is using campaign budget optimization with dynamic creative, you got to give it time. You got to give it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Just let it run. Let Facebook figure all this stuff out. So that's it for now. There's a lot of other videos here that I think would be relevant, like a lot of other concepts, even like peripheral concepts to what we covered, like, the pixel, like understanding the pixel, custom conversion actions, different data analysis within Facebook. But for now, I think that was a good overview of lookalike audiences. I hope that was helpful. And of course, I'll be sharing the results of what happens here. See you guys in the next lecture. Howdy, everybody, and welcome to another Agency Overdrive lecture. In this lecture, I want to talk about and show you the build and the strategy behind a Facebook dynamic creative campaign. And I think this is a very important lecture to talk about and to focus on, especially if you're interested or you're working on Facebook advertising and Facebook ad campaigns, because there's been this like overall shift in the industry over the last couple of years towards more automation. Now, back in the day when I started, there was very little automation, and I didn't start that long ago. Like, we're talking 4 or 5 years. And Google Ads campaigns were primarily, and Facebook Ads campaigns, they were primarily driven by manual bidding. Those were the campaigns that performed really well. And you were able to create automation that helped the focus of the manual bidding perform better. So, for example, you'd have the bid to average position script in Google Ads. You might run automated A/B testing campaigns in Facebook ads, but there wasn't as much focus on automated bidding as there is now. And I think it's very important to understand that this shift is a good thing, but it's also a good shift for agencies and freelancers as well. And I'll explain what that means. For a while, I was, and the rest of my team, we were pretty scared to talk to clients about automation. And when we would sign a client would typically ask us, they'd say like, okay, well, how much automation do you use? Or what sort of automation do you use? Or what type of bidding strategies do you use? And fundamentally, these are questions that are more like based around the client's own anxiety, because really the question should be asking was like, okay, here's the performance that we need. when do you think you're going to get there, and can you get there? Like, those are really the questions you want to ask. But our answer typically was something like, we are very much into manually understanding the campaigns and manual bidding, and there's a healthy dose of automation that helps our effort. And now we tell clients that no, we're going to be using and testing target CPA bidding and campaign budget optimizer in Facebook and dynamic creative in Facebook. And it's natural to feel a fear of getting some sort of pushback from clients on that, because okay, well, if you're setting up all this automation, like what good are you? So first, let me explain to you how we answer that question now, because that might be interesting to you. What we basically tell our clients is, listen, Google and Facebook and these artificial intelligence systems are going to do a lot better job than any human ever can to determine the exact right bid at the right time, which ad variation should be shown, and all these different data points. But our job is to work on the creative. Our job is to feed the system the best possible data, and that's not easy, right? Writing good ads, designing good ads, figuring out how to incorporate all the principles of persuasion into your copy, into your image assets, into your video, creating the video, testing different audiences, testing different targeting parameters against each other, right? All those different things. And that's where the work has sort of shifted. It used to be that an equal amount of work, or even more work, was put into like the individual settings of a campaign, whether it be day parting, scheduling certain times, picking, do you want to advertise to different genders and how much you should pay, and bid adjustments. Like, it's my guess, I guess that bid adjustments are going to go away entirely in Google Ads soon. Like, there is no notice of that, but I think that that's going to happen. It's just my sense of where the industry is going. And when it came to Facebook campaigns, the focus was on all these different combinations of audience targeting and so on and so forth. But now the shift really is most of your work should really be done in creating good ads, giving Google and Facebook the best possible, strongest creative assets that your team could come up with. The most creative, the most interesting, the most appealing, the most psychologically persuasive. Like, that's what you really want to focus on, and that's a big place to focus your skills on. So we're going to cover a couple things in this lecture. We're going to talk about dynamic creative, like why that's really important, what it actually is, what it's actually doing. We're going to talk about the pixel a little bit. We'll talk about lookalike audiences a little bit, but the main focus is on choosing the best types of campaign objectives and building a campaign and then duplicating a bunch of different ad sets to test some different targeting. And my company we manage well into the 7 figures of Facebook advertising budget. And it's interesting, like I wasn't always the Facebook guy at the company. I was always the Google guy. I was always very much more into learning about Google Ads and testing Google Ads. And I was really the one called on most frequently to try and solve difficult Google Ads, or it was AdWords related questions and problems. And although we were signing a lot of clients that we were advertising for them on Facebook, like, I wasn't as involved in that process. So it was only over the last probably 6 months to a year that, well, of course, Facebook wasn't foreign to me. Like, I knew how to get around a Facebook campaign. I set up plenty of campaigns and ad sets and video ads and dynamic creative ads for clients in the past, but like, it wasn't like my real bread and butter. But over the last 6 months to a year, I've been really focusing on it a lot more. But aside from running and setting up some new campaigns, we have a treasure trove of data to look at. We have all our clients that have been advertising on Facebook. We have millions of dollars of advertising, billions of impressions that we're able to analyze and extract like what we're learning from trends in Facebook's algorithms, what's working, what's not working. On top of that, we also have a Facebook rep that lets us know, different betas that are coming into play and different strategies and best practices from their end, which leads me to one last final point before we dive into actually creating a campaign, and that is working with a basic assumption, right? So there's this natural hesitancy to trust Facebook's bidding algorithms, for example. Like you might, no, I want to choose where we should place the ads. I want to choose the maximum amount we should bid and so on and so forth. Well, that's coming from a sense of distrust. It's coming from this attitude that, well, Facebook just wants to spend your money as much as possible and Google wants to spend your money as much as possible. Well, that's true. And I've said this many times, like there are certain settings in Google that are really designed for you to just spend extra money and those should be avoided. But by and large, from an overall company strategy, Facebook wants you to spend as much of your money as possible on their advertising network, but economically they know that that's only going to happen if your advertising is successful. So while that is their end goal is to earn, Facebook's end goal is not to make you as successful as possible. Their end goal is to make themselves as successful as possible. But the way to get there is to make your advertising as successful as possible, right? So that's like the simple economics of it. So if Facebook's hiring the world's best developers to develop really, really powerful AI bidding systems, we should at least try and trust it. We should at least try and work with the assumption that it could be very good because conceptually, they're able to optimize for many more data points much faster and more effectively than any human being or team of human beings will ever be able to do. So for example, when you have a Facebook campaign, there are these different levers and gears you could mess around with, right? So you could pick your locations, and you should. You could pick your languages. You could pick interests. You could pick in-market segments. You could pick lookalike audiences. You could pick remarketing audiences. You could optimize for conversions, or you could optimize for likes, or you could optimize for engagements, or you could run messenger campaigns. You could do all these things. You could say, I want my ads to only show up on the Facebook newsfeed, but not in Instagram stories, right? You could do all these things. But while you might have a handful of dimensions to play with and to bet on, and you could decide how much you want to bet on any of those combination of any of those dimensions, Facebook has a lot more, right? So they know where people have been. They know what people are buying. They know how much money people are spending. They know the last time somebody bought dog food and where they bought it from and how long it took them to get home with that dog food in their car, right? So and this is not meant as a scary thing, right? They don't know your name. And this is true. Like it's all these data points are Facebook knows you as a user as an alphanumeric string, and they just associate all these other data points to them. So as a very brief example, let's say I'm running this, we're going to be creating a campaign today for a webinar campaign to get people to sign up for a webinar, which is a pretty common Facebook campaign type. So I hope that this is relevant for a lot of people. Now, my webinar was really running during the daytime hours because I assumed that people will be more likely to watch it then and whatever. But I decided that I would run my campaigns 24 hours. And as long as my conversion tracking is working, as long as I'm feeding Facebook the information when people are registering for the webinar, then that's all I need, right? That's my job. Facebook will decide when is the best time to spend my money based on who's going to register. Facebook knows. My decision was based on a broad generalization, which is probably true. Out of the entire population that I'll be targeting on Facebook, more of those people would be willing to watch a webinar during the 9 to 5 hours, right? But Facebook has the ability to individually bid on impressions at 10 o'clock at night because they might know that this specific person signs up for more webinars at 10 o'clock at night. I can't do that. So I would either have to make a decision that is suboptimal because my own personal decision making with the information I personally have available would be a decision made for the group as opposed to the individual. When you trust the automation systems, you're allowing Facebook to make decisions for the individual and not the group. So I think that's an interesting distinction, and it's a very, very important part of why you want to focus a lot more on automation. The reason why we're going to talk about dynamic creative today is because dynamic creative is the hallmark product that allows Facebook to optimize for that individual while at scale finding the best variations of advertising assets that have the greatest likelihood of working when they show those ads. Now, I want to also just make it clear that I'm not saying that you should stop optimizing campaigns. Your job is to get the ball rolling in the strongest possible way. So the work now shifts towards coming up with good creative, like better video, better images, better copy, and like that could keep a whole team busy all day long, right? That's really tough, difficult things. Your job is no longer to say, I want to bid $1 on this bid, 50 cents on this bid, a maximum of 30 cents for this placement. I don't want to show in Instagram stories unless there's some very, very specific reason why you can't show in Instagram stories or whatever it is. But you don't want to be limiting based on generalizations anymore. So you want to start off with like, okay, there's nothing wrong with picking lookalike audiences because that's feeding the system very good information. There's nothing wrong with starting off with, this interest category. And we're going to do that. We're going to test those. And that's why you test multiple ad sets. So without any further delay, let us jump into Facebook. And we're going to start poking around and building out a campaign. So most of you are familiar with the Facebook ads dashboard. Here I am. This is ad sets for one campaign. I'm not going to give an overview of the Facebook ads dashboard here. I'm hoping a lot of the navigation throughout the dashboard will be familiar to you. And we're going to go and create a new campaign. This is going to be a similar campaign to a campaign that I'm currently running, but I want to build it from scratch because that'll give the best educational value, building it from scratch. But of course, you could always easily duplicate a campaign. So from the campaigns tab, I'm going to create a campaign. And here we are in this very, to me personally, overwhelming overview of what we're going to be doing here. And I think that Facebook's advertising back-end system is way too complex and way too overwhelming or way more overwhelming than it has to be. So just for example here. So just over here, I could choose an auction system or a reach and frequency system, and that just filters out the potential different types of marketing objectives that are available to me. So the auction canopy or the auction broader category has the most available amounts of options. So 99% of you are going to use two of these types of campaigns. So it's either messages, where you're sending people who click an ad to Facebook Messenger, or conversions, right? You want to optimize for conversions, or catalog sales. But really, conversions, and there's a lot of overlap here because a sale of a product could also be a conversion. Lead gen could also be a conversion, right? So there's and what in the world does consideration mean? Like they want to, it's just so complex. Brand awareness, right? You're not Geico, so you're not looking to spend money indefinitely without seeing any real results. Reach is this type of thing where Google will just optimize for the most amount. Facebook rather is going to optimize your campaigns to spend your budget on the most amount of impressions, regardless of if they're showing it to people who will take a meaningful action, regardless of whether or not your ads will be shown to people that will actually convert. Engagement, traffic, video views, these are all very secondary optimization strategies that 99% of you are not interested in doing. And then of course there are people that have apps that if your main objective is to install an app, you would use an app install campaign. But again, you're really going to focus on conversions and messages. So in this Facebook campaign that I'm setting up, my goal is to get registrations to a webinar that I'm giving. That is my goal. I don't want to spend money if I'm not getting registrations, and I want Facebook to optimize to get the cheapest registrations possible. So I'm going to select the conversions strategy, and I'm going to come down here and name my campaign. So I usually put conversions or the campaign strategy in brackets, and it happens to be the conversion rate. Now you have two more options. You can create a split test. So you could A/B test creative, placement, audience, and delivery optimization strategies. I'm going to choose to leave that off. And if I want to come back and run some split tests, I'll run some split tests with different ad sets. And I could also choose campaign budget optimization. And this I do want to turn on. So you have the option of setting ad set level budgets like that in Google Ads. Those are your ad groups. What we found is that when you have campaign budget optimization, CPO, when you have it turned on, Facebook does a better job at getting you your conversions for cheaper, faster. I'm going to set my campaign daily budget to $2,500 for now. I'll probably come back and change that. And campaign bid strategy, this is important. You have three different options. You have lowest cost with bid cap, and target cost. If you're starting a new campaign from scratch, 9 times out of 10, you want to keep it to lowest cost, and Facebook is going to do a good job at getting that cost lower and lower. And as I'm going to repeat many times throughout this lecture, it's important that you let things run and you give the algorithm time to find the cheapest possible conversions within your daily budget. When I first launched a campaign recently, we were getting registrations at $19, and within 3 days they came down to $2 or $3, right? So that's like a massive, massive decrease, and it shows that Facebook does a good job at getting you those conversions for cheaper over time. You have to really let things go without touching it and without messing around with it too much. So I'm going to keep it on the lowest cost. Now, I'm just interested in running a test to see that if I select a target cost, and I'm going to have the option of at the ad set level putting in the target cost per conversion. If I put in like 50 cents in there, like my goal is to get these registrations at, somewhere between $1 and $2.50. But if I put 50 cents in there with a high daily budget, what would happen? So I'm going to run a split test. I'll duplicate my campaign later. Once I'm done creating the campaign, I'll duplicate the campaign and I'm going to run a split test. But for now, I'm going to choose lowest cost. Once you've chosen lowest cost, Facebook lets you know that ad scheduling will be done at the ad set level. I'm not going to schedule my ads, delivery type standard, and once you click more options, you'll see that the accelerated option is not possible when you're using this type of bid strategy. So I'm going to click continue, and that's basically it. Like, this is a pretty simple page. You're just going to name your campaign something that you'll know what it is, and you'll choose your optimization option. If you're not sure, if your goal is to get conversions, always choose the conversion. So if you're looking to generate phone calls or form submissions or sales or whatever it may be, just choose the conversion optimization strategy. It's the one that works best. And don't bother trying to overthink which all these ones are. And maybe if you do the brand awareness, you'll end up getting more conversions. Like, I could just tell you from a lot of data, the conversions optimization strategy works best. So we're going to click continue. And now we're in the ad set creation. And again, you could have your ad set name, and there's a bunch of different ways to name your ad sets. Because I'm going to be doing the same age range and same targeting, I'm not going to include age range or locations in the ad set name. So if you're running ad sets, and some ad sets are you're targeting people, men and women 18 to 50, and some you're targeting men and women 35 to 40, you could identify that in your ad set name if that's the main difference. But just for naming conventions purposes, I would suggest the primary difference between ad sets being put in the name. So lookalike audience. So I know that this audience is going to be made up of a lookalike audience, and I'm going to call this live webinar. So I have an audience that I'm going to upload it as a lookalike audience of people who attended my live webinar. I think I have around 12 or 1,300 of those. And I'm not going to go into detail as I do that because I do have another video in the Agency Overdrive membership that talks about lookalike audiences. So I'm just going to race through that. I'll probably speed up this video by about 20 times when I get to that part. Now Facebook asks you to set up your conversion pixel, like what action you want Facebook to be optimizing for. So by default, it's selected purchase. I already have tags set up on my pages. And again, this is not a video specifically about the pixel, so I'm not going to go super in depth about it, but I don't want to track purchases. What I want to do is track a completed registration, and it shows me with the green button that this is active and the last event was 3 hours ago. So I'm going to select completed registration, and you could only choose one conversion action to optimize off of. So I'm going to optimize off of completed registrations. And over here is very important. You want to turn dynamic creative on, and this is going to affect the entire ad set. So you're gonna be able to, run through that. We don't need that right now. Okay. So that's very important. In order to run dynamic creative, which is what the bulk of this video is going to be focused on, you have to toggle this on at the ad set level. Now we go ahead and create our audience. And this is not super important right now because this could always be changed. We're not activating these campaigns yet, but I'm going to use a saved audience that I have here. And if I click into this box, I'll see the lookalike audiences that I've uploaded in the past. If I scroll down, I see a list of all my previous lookalike audiences. So this one's going to be the LP webinar attendees. So I have 3 to 4%, 1 to 2%. And again, if you're interested in what these all mean, like the 1 to 2%, 4 to 5%, I encourage you to watch my video on lookalike audiences. I explain in detail what all these mean. So I'll take this one for this one, and I'll take 1 to 2%, right? So that's a lot of people on these audiences. And I'm going to choose everyone in the United States. I'm also going to select Australia. I'm going to select United Kingdom. And that's probably it. I think I'm just going to do US, Australia, United Kingdom. And if you go down here, if you zoom out, you can sort of see worldwide what you've selected. I've tested a lot of Canadian traffic with these audiences before, and the CPAs were very expensive. I've tested Mexico. The CPAs were very, very low, but the engagement levels, the turnout rate to the webinar was very low as well. So I took out Mexico, and we could always add Mexico back in if I want to. But I'm actually thinking to recreate my funnel in Spanish, or to have at least Spanish captions on my videos and things like that, which would help. So for ages, I want to target anyone between the ages of, let's say, 18. I don't want to go, this is like, I probably want to do something like 18 to 45, I would say. And I'm going to do all, gender all, language English all, and detail targeting. Now, because I have, this is just a lookalike audience, live webinar attendees, maybe I'll do, I could do 1 to 3% to signify which audiences that I've chosen, but I'm not going to do that for now. So I have a lookalike audience, and in my next ad set, once I start duplicating my ad sets, I'm going to do additional lookalike audiences, do a whole bunch of different cool things, but I'm not going to do anything with that right now. Include people who match at least one of the following. This is where you could choose additional targeting. Let's say if you have an interest in online advertising or things related to your seminar, you could search. You could choose. You could see suggestions. You could browse for different ideas. But I'm going to do that once I duplicate my first ad set. For this ad set, I want to just be targeting my lookalike audience. I could save this audience, but Facebook sort of saves them for me already. I'm going to choose automatic placements. Okay, so this is another important thing. A lot of people will come into Facebook ads and they'll start editing their placements. They'll be like, oh, I don't want to show up in stories. I don't want to show up in the Instagram feed. I don't want to show up in interstitial ads, right? I strongly suggest you don't start playing around like that. That's no longer the value proposition you have to your clients, and it's no longer a good idea. We've seen over and over again that automatic placements perform better. If your goal, unless there's some very, very specific reason why you just cannot be advertising in certain placements, then err on the side of trusting Facebook's automation to get you the best possible results. Like it's very possible that overall the Facebook mobile newsfeed will perform better than Instagram stories. But again, that goes into making decisions for the group as opposed to making decisions for the individual. Facebook will know that this person tends to convert from Instagram stories, and they'll show the right ad to that right person to optimize for the lowest possible CPA, to optimize for the lowest possible cost per conversion. Facebook has enough data to optimize for the individual, and they don't have to optimize for the group. If you start making decisions about placements, you're making decisions for the group. So I'm going to choose automatic placements, and I'm going to optimize for ad delivery, which is going to be conversions, of course. We're not going to change that. And over here, this is important. So after clicking ad, always do 1-day click. Because I don't want to get too bogged down in conversion attribution and conversion windows. But basically, if you choose 1-day click or view, or 7-day click or 1-day view, you're basically allowing Facebook to give credit to a Facebook impression for a conversion. So for example, say you're trying to target, say you're trying to get form submissions, right? So you show a Facebook ad to somebody on Facebook, and then they happen to do a Google, they don't click your ad, right? They're just scrolling through, they see your ad, they don't click it. And then they happen to do a Google search and they find your company name. That might be 5 days later, or even within the same day, and they click the ad and they submit a form. Facebook will say that you got a conversion. So we don't want to, in most cases, you don't want to track view through conversions. You only want to track click-through conversions. And because this is a webinar funnel and 100% of webinar registrants will sign up after clicking the ad, I want to choose one-day click. If you have if you're asking for if you're sending people to a main page of your website, let's say there's just to the contact page of your website and you have a form, then you probably want to choose 7-day click, because it's very possible that somebody will go to a contact page, not fill out the form yet, but then 2 days later, they'll decide, okay, I'm ready to do it now. They'll come back to they'll come back to your website. They might have had it saved. They'll fill out the form, and you should attribute that conversion back to the original click that you paid for on Facebook. But in my purposes, since I'm doing a webinar funnel, I'm going with one-day click. And I'm going to be getting charged by an impression. Everything at the ad set level looks okay. And one more thing, when you're running dynamic creative, you actually can't set schedules. I forgot about that. When you're running dynamic creative, you can't set day parting schedules. Your ads will run all the time, because Facebook's basically saying, like, listen, if you want us to be figuring out the best placements and the best variations of text and headlines and calls to action and video and images, we need the ability to run your ads all the time. Fair enough. Like, that's okay with me. So we're going to continue here. And we've basically finished setting up our ad set. One more thing, and I've mentioned this in other videos, don't worry about this gauge, right? It says potential reach fewer than 1,000 people. A second ago, it said my potential reach was 4 million people, and that might have happened when it was maybe this attribution. Right, see that? It went to 4 million people. But that makes no sense, because the amount of potential reach is based on all this stuff up here, my lookalike audiences, the percentages that I'm taking, my age ranges, my gender, location. It's not based on how I want to attribute conversion. So this is just a weird system. So don't worry if you see this go down to being too specific. It'll change later on. So we're going to continue. We've made our ad set. Now this is where the bulk of the work we're going to do has to happen. And you could either close this out and do it later in the ad set. That's fine. But we're going to do the work here. So my goal is to upload a few different videos, some images, and then have multiple different texts and headlines for Facebook to mix and match. And that's what's happening in Dynamic Creative. Facebook is taking multiple videos, multiple images, and they're going to mix that. They're going to mix image 1 with text 3, then they'll mix text 2 with video 4, or whatever it may be. And they're going to learn which combination of elements are working the best for which visitors. Facebook claims that every variation will be shown at least once, which is fine. But then Facebook is going to start weighing which variations they show based on the data that's coming in. And there's actually a cool way to see the breakdown of which variations Facebook's showing the most and which variations are getting the best results. And you can see exactly which results each variation is generating. So I'm going to name this ad set real quick. I'm just going to call this Dynamic Creative, because I'm just going to have one Dynamic Creative component or one Dynamic Creative asset in every single ad set. And we're going to scroll down here. Now we're going to start adding images and video. So I want to talk about this for a couple seconds. With video, there's a few different considerations. If you click over into this toggle, Facebook will give you some of these recommendations. So they recommend videos not longer than 15 seconds because 15-second videos get the most placements. With a video that's more than 15 seconds cannot be shown on Facebook Stories or Instagram Stories, and those are two pretty good placements. They also recommend vertical videos or videos in a 4:5 aspect ratio. So that's a consideration as well. But I also know that for the most interested people, long videos could work very well as well. So what I did was I have actually 3 different videos created. I have a 3-minute video, which is my long version. I'll pull that up here. So let's see, we have, this is the long version of the video. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long. It has some overlays. I'm talking about what they're going to get in the webinar, and I'm going to use that video. It's not in a vertical ratio. It's going to only show up in Facebook mobile news feeds and Facebook desktop news feeds and a couple other placements and the audience network. And then I have a short video, and then I have a short video that's tall. So I have a video. I did this on my iPhone this morning. It's 14 seconds, and I recorded it real quick. I cleaned it up with a little bit, I made the lighting a little bit better in Final Cut Pro, and more importantly for this one, and I also have a short version that's in a horizontal ratio that's also 14 seconds. So I have 2 short videos and I have 1 long video, and I have captions made, okay? So if you go to rev.com, rev.com is really, really, really good. It's super cheap. It's $1 a minute for captions. My orders come back within 20 minutes, super fast. You could download the videos. If you have videos uploaded into YouTube or into Vimeo, they could pull those videos directly from your account and deliver them back into your account with the captions in there. So you have to really design for sound off with Facebook, because a lot of people will be scrolling through their feed at work or wherever they are, and they're not, their volume isn't on. So you want to have captions in the video. It's really worth the time, and sort of what I'm focusing on here. Well, I run Adventure Media all day, so I'm not working on this stuff full time, but I really took the time over the last 2 days to make sure I had good video assets, I had my captions, I have good copy ready to go, and those things are important, because once you launch your dynamic creative, you don't want to touch it, right? You want to give Facebook the best that you have, and you don't want to touch anything. So just to recap, make sure you have your captions. So design your videos for sound off. Make sure you have a mixture of videos and images, because videos tend to work much better in certain placements. I would definitely spend the extra time in creating a aspect ratio tall video that's 4 or 5 aspect ratio. It's very easy to do that if you shoot the video on a phone, and you could create really, really high quality videos from your phone nowadays, and there's a bunch of these really cool apps. And also have 2 different video variations, one that's 15 seconds or shorter, and one that could be longer than 15 seconds if you have more to say. And then you're really giving Facebook a lot of options to play around with. Regarding images, Facebook recommends that you don't add images with text overlaid. And there's a couple reasons why they do that. One is they just want to keep the experience clean. They want the image to be an image and not be text. And Facebook actually doesn't allow you to show doesn't allow you to upload an image that has more than 20% of the image covered in text. But also, Facebook wants the ability to overlay their own text, or text they take from your headline or your description and put that on top of an image. And fair enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload a couple of what I think are my best images that have text overlaid, and then I'm going to upload a few images that don't have any text overlaid and see which ones perform better. Again, my goal is to give Facebook the maximum amount of options to not hamper their automated strategies and the data that they're collecting and what they want to do to the greatest extent possible. I want to give them as many options as I can. So I want to give them the tall video, I want to give them the short video, I want to give them the long video, I want to give them images with text and images without text. And you want to really spend the time on getting this right for one ad set, because as we duplicate ad sets, we're going to be using the exact same dynamic creative. We're just going to change the different targeting methods of those different ad sets to see if we could jumpstart one of the ad sets with better performance. So I'm going to go now and start uploading my assets, my images, and my videos, but I'm not going to make you sit through this all while I do it, because it takes a little bit of time. Okay, so I've uploaded a few of my assets. I've uploaded a couple images, and I've uploaded a couple of videos, and I'm running into a couple little glitchy things. So one is the ability to add captions, which for some reason from this creation menu, it's not letting me do. Facebook's not letting me do that. The second glitch is this weird thing you'll see with Facebook sometimes when you're creating dynamic creative campaigns, where you'll either be able to toggle between images or video slideshow. And if you hover over video slideshow, you'll see this notification warning that says you'll lose your changes. If I upload videos, it says you could use images or videos, but not both. So this actually has been changed. With dynamic creative campaigns, you could upload both videos and images, and Google will rotate them. I keep saying Google. Facebook will rotate them. But for some reason, I'm seeing this older version of this menu where it's allowing me to upload images or video slideshow separately. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to quickly basically exit out of this creation screen, and I'm going to try to make more edits from the actual campaign ads manager backend. But I first want to try to click switch to quick creation and see if that helps me. So here I am in the actual back end of the campaign, and what I did was I went through the quick creation. Instead of setting up all the details of the dynamic creative from that original campaign creation guided setup. I chose quick creation. I quickly ran through it. Just you put in some titles, names of your ad set and your dynamic creative, and once you click save as draft, you're brought to this screen. And in this now we're in this area where you could do select images and select videos, and you could do both. So like there's this little glitch going on in Facebook at this point when I'm recording this video. I'm sure Facebook will eventually fix it. But if you're trying to create a dynamic creative campaign, you've been following along with me, and you're, instead of seeing 3 buttons side by side, slideshow, videos, images, you're seeing a toggle which changes between images and video uploads, then go out of the guided creation, where you're setting up all the text and all the images in that guided setup, and select quick creation. Create a quick shell of your campaign, save to draft, and you'll be redirected to the screen where you'll have the 3 buttons, and now we'll be able to upload everything together. So I'm going to now upload my assets again, and then we're going to work on creating everything else, like the text and the calls to action, inside this dynamic creative. So this is like par for the course with creating stuff in Facebook. There's always these little glitches, and sometimes you need to find little workarounds, but I think that's a nice little trick. If you want to upload videos and images together in one dynamic creative and you're seeing that glitch, just go with the quick creation, save to draft, and you'll be fine. Now that I've uploaded a couple of my videos and a couple images, I want to just pause briefly and come back and show you how to upload captions. So I'm going to upload some captions. So I'm going to go to customize video. You're going to click on captions, and you're going to either generate automatic captions, which not worth it. Spend a couple bucks on rev.com, and I'm going to upload my own SRT file, and you have to upload it in a certain format. So Facebook will give you that format. It's like _en, and pretty easy. So let me just select my file first, and it's this one, but I'm gonna have to do _en_us, I think, but Facebook will tell me what my file is. Okay, here it is. So file name .en_us. So I'm just gonna edit that file name and select that again. Choose my language as English and click save. And now those captions will be uploaded to that video, and you click apply changes, and I'm going to do that now real quick as I continue to upload everything for these other videos. So I have a bunch of my creatives uploaded now. I have 2 images with text, I have 3 images without text, and I have 3 videos. Everything is paused and ready to go before I start duplicating my ad sets, which the purpose of which is to test different targeting. We're going to duplicate ad sets, and like just to reiterate, the whole idea behind this whole dynamic creative thing is to duplicate ad sets to test different targeting. It's not to test different creative, because we have inside the one dynamic creative asset, we have literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, potential variations based on all the different video and image assets, the different text assets, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go down here and start adding text. So if you see here, the difference between this and the typical text of a non-dynamic creative asset is once I've added some text, I'm able to add up to 5 different options. Now, you don't have to add 5 options, and unless you have a large budget, it's probably better to just start with 2 very solid options. So I spent some time yesterday creating a bunch of different text options, and I'm going to copy and paste those from a Google Sheet. So here it is in a Google Sheet. I'm hoping that the emojis will come in. And by the way, just a little quick tip, emojis are very, very good for Facebook ad text. So if you create it in a Google Sheet, it's really easy to add emojis. You go to Insert, Special Characters, Emoji, and then you could search for your different emojis over here. And Facebook happens to have a lot more emojis in their library, but there's no way to add emojis from this menu when you're creating text, unfortunately. So I'm going to copy add variation number 1, and hopefully things will paste in relatively seamlessly. Okay, looks pretty good. So I want to just quickly touch upon a couple different things with regard to best practices with writing your ads. You want to try to put the link early in the text for the people who are just looking to click and are interested. So I'm going to put that up here, and I'm going to put the link again down at the bottom, and I'm just going to clean this up. Another thing is to create a sense of value without giving away everything. So for example, I'm writing, plus I'll be giving you 6 unbelievable bonuses today just for registering, but in this variation, I'm not explaining every single one of those bonuses. The third thing is being personal and relevant. And that's a pretty obvious thing, and we try to do that with all our ads. So like, if you have a website, pay attention. Are you a freelance digital marketer? Do you run a digital marketing agency? Are you a small business owner with a website? So like, oh, okay, that's me. Maybe I should pay attention. So being personal, being relevant is very, very worthwhile. The next thing is to avoid as much subjective claims as possible and put as many objective things in your copy as much as you can. So for example, I write your conversion rate is probably 1 to 3%, which is just average. 1 to 3% is better than just saying your conversion rate is just average. I'm saying like this is what your conversion rate actually is, and then I say at some point, maybe it's not in this ad variation, I should write that the techniques you're going to learn will increase your conversion rate up to 65% on average. So like if you're giving enough, the more concrete you could be, the fewer things you leave up to interpretation, the better off you'll be. So you want to be exciting. You want to have your voice. You want to have your personality, but you want to avoid anything You want to avoid as many subjective claims, right? There's nothing wrong. Like, people will say, oh, it's just like sort of marketing lingo to say this is awesome or it's amazing and you should avoid that. But I don't think it's true. I don't think you have to avoid exciting speech. You could use words like amazing, awesome sparingly. Just try to avoid as many unsubstantiated superlatives as possible. So like, don't necessarily say you're the best in the world if you're not. I could say I have 130,000 students. Okay, that's specific. It's something that not everybody else could say. And lastly, think about that idea for your own products, your own services. What could you say that your competitors can't? And I know that your competitors can technically say it. They could lie about it. But what could you say that's true that your competitors can't say and be truthful? And that is a very, very strong strategy for incorporating your copy. Lastly, I've talked about this a lot in other lectures, embrace long-form copy. Facebook is one of these beautiful advertising platforms that allows you to write in long format copy. Use that. Especially if you're doing dynamic creative, test a long-form copy versus a short-form copy. I'm a very, very big advocate of long-form copy. I've seen it work in many, many different situations, beating out short-form copy, but there's nothing wrong with testing. I'm even a bigger advocate of testing. Okay, so there's always exceptions to every rule, and dynamic creative is an awesome opportunity to prove that. So I'm just going to read through this real quick, and that's basically what's going on here. So I'm just going to show you if we add another text. I'm going to go back to my doc, paste that in, and I'm going to just speed this up as I proofread everything before I go into it, and we'll take it from there. Okay, so we're back. I've uploaded 5 different text variations, and again, spend time on this. Don't rush through this process because you're going to be able to build out huge campaigns with multiple ad sets, but you don't want to have to go back and redo your ad. I proofread all of them. I'm not saying that there's no grammatical errors at all, but I did a pretty good job just skimming through, making sure everything looks clean, and that the main message I want to give off is in there. So to preview different variations, you have this right side box over here, and you could choose the different formats. So I could see a Facebook in-stream video, stream, or instant articles, and all these different variations, but it's only showing me one of the images. So if I want to see a different image or different video variation preview, I could click view more variations, and down here I could change which text I want to see, and I could change which image or video I want to see. So let's say I want to see my tall video, and I want to see it in, let's say, an Instagram story. And there it is, and you could actually see my captions showing up over there. And there's the learn more button, and we're going to change some of those. We'll test a couple of different call to action buttons. But this is a really cool tool to preview ad variations. If you want to actually see what this ad looks like inside Facebook, you click this little button over here next to ad preview, and you send notification to Facebook, and you're going to get a message that preview notification could not be sent to mobile device. This is another one of those. Little things, or the little glitches in Facebook. But if I open up my Facebook app right here, I'm going to get a notification, which I did, and it says your ad is ready to preview. And if I click that notification, it shows me a preview of the ad inside my Facebook feed. So that's pretty cool also. I like to do that. It's just a habit of mine. I always like to see what people will actually experience when they see different versions of the ads I'm creating. So I haven't created my slideshow yet. Again, I'm going to go through everything, save it out, and then try to come back into it. and edit it before it's live, of course, but there's a few more things we could add as tests. And just again, to reiterate, you don't have to have 5 text variations. My 5 text variations are all relatively similar. They just sort of start off with a little bit of a different thing. But I explained the essential components, clarity, etc. Display link. So if I scroll down here, I don't necessarily want to show learning.adventureppc.com, so I could just type in something like, there you go, it's in all caps. And let's see, headlines. So we have 5 different headlines. So this is another important thing. So you don't have much space to write a headline, and you want to, again, give that sense of urgency. News, anything news works very, very well. You want to be objective. You could say things like, for me, I want to point out to the amount of students I have. So 130,000 students in my full-length courses. Over 1 million people have attended and watched my online videos on YouTube, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and start writing some headlines. So first off, let's say maybe we'll do like new workshop. Conversion rate training, something like that. And I want to make sure that at least I want to show, let's see, a mobile, because mobile newsfeed is probably where you're going to be getting the maximum amount of traffic. And you want to make sure that the entire headline is showing up. All right, so I'll add another one. You have up to 5 headlines. So I like this siren emoji. It's sort of like bright, kind of has it's a little catchy. Anyway, that's cool. So the newsfeed link description, again, you have 5 options here. I'm probably not going to add 5 options because this is not something which is as visible. It doesn't appear in all the placements. So I'm going to quickly write a few options in and speed it up as well. So I've added some emojis into the newsfeed link description anyway, because why not? I'm going to do 4 over here. And then the call to action you could also test. So learn more is a good one. Sign up is not bad. I don't know, learn more and sign up seem to be enough. We're not an influencer, so we don't need to do anything with branded content. We have our pixel set up and we're basically ready to go. The only thing I didn't do yet that I wanted to do was my slideshow ads, but I'm going to publish this and I'm going to quickly make sure that my ad settings are proper. All right, so now that we've published the campaign, I want to go out here and I want to make sure that this campaign is actually paused until I'm sure I want to launch it.
I want the fire truck on Amazon.
You want to get a fire truck from Amazon?
Yeah.
Okay, later. Okay, so I'm back. I spent some time in Canva creating 6 or 7 different stills with some text overlaid, and I'm going to create a slideshow. I'll do that real quick. I'm going to add my photos. Okay, so I uploaded those images. I have them in the right order. I'm going to do 1 second and a fade. You could preview it over here. That'll give us 9 options, and that's okay. We don't have to necessarily have 10 options. I'm going to give them 9. We'll give them a slideshow. And this just sort of goes on the theme of like, you want to give Facebook everything that you can to allow them to give you, to test the maximum amount of variation. So that's just an overall good practice. Now, you might be thinking that you've seen like on Instagram stories, the video says, hey, Instagram, and swipe up, because that's like what you do on Instagram stories, which means that advertisers are creating custom ad content for Instagram. They're using edit placements, they're deselecting everything else, and they're selecting just to show ads on Instagram. So there's nothing wrong with that. And if you had an unlimited amount of time and resources, or if I did, I would create separate campaigns with dynamic content, dynamic creative with multiple videos, multiple text, multiple this, multiple that for Instagram in particular, because sure, like if you're really, really tailored to a specific format, that could end up performing better. But because you don't have an unlimited amount of resources, and Instagram is not going to be the #1 source of traffic for this campaign in particular, I'm very happy with not editing my placements. And okay, so instead of saying swipe up on Instagram, it'll say learn more. It's not perfect, but it's much better in the long run to be stronger with your video, image, slideshow assets, and your copy than anything else. Like that's really the key. So I have 9 out of 10 options here. I have everything I basically want. I have my slideshow. I have 3 videos. I have a tall video, short. I have a horizontal video, short, and I have a long horizontal. I have my slideshow. I have a couple images with text. I have a couple images without text. Yeah, like I think I'm pretty good to go here. I have two different calls to action. I have 4 newsfeed descriptions. I have 5 headlines. Let's publish this. And then I'm just going to quickly show you how to duplicate an ad set and change around the targeting setting, and then you could continue to build out your campaigns from there. But again, the whole point of this video is to show that really the brunt of your work, the majority of your work is really going to be focused on getting your dynamic creative set up in the way you want it set up. So I'm just waiting for this to finish publishing, and then I don't even need to exit. I could duplicate my ad sets right from here, and I could even wait for it to I could wait. I don't have to wait for it to be published. I could duplicate right away, but I just have it. I like things to be done and published before I start messing around, because Facebook could get glitchy. Okay, so let's say I would duplicate this. So I'll say I want to create this inside the existing campaign. So right, I want to make sure that I'm creating this ad set inside this existing campaign. And if I know I'm going to be making multiple copies, but I like I like to make one copy at a time. Show existing post engagements on duplicated ad. Yes, I like to do that. Now I'm going to go ahead and duplicate. And another reason, you want to make sure you have your dynamic creative set up properly, because if you don't, every little edit you want to make, you have to now go and make it in every single ad set, which is a real huge pain. So now I have this set up. I could change the name of this. So this will be lookalike audiences, visitors, 180 days. So I'm going to create lookalike audiences from my previous website visitors, because of course I have the Facebook pixel on my website. And the only thing I'm going to really be messing around with is just this one pane, the lookalike audiences, the ad set level. There's 3 levels of the hierarchy. You have the campaign, you have the ad set, you have the creative. And once I'm done with my creative and I'm duplicating, I'm just going to be duplicating it over there. So say I would go down here and I would just delete these audiences, and I would come in here and make some lookalike audiences. So let's see, the US 1%, 180 days of my web traffic, same targeting, same everything else. I'm just changing that around. Okay. I'm going to publish that, and I can keep on going on and creating. And I'm just going to show you one quick example of me duplicating an ad set and choosing an interest category. So again, inside see, this is what happens when these things happen. Okay, existing campaign. I'm just going to cancel this out. Now it's published. Duplicate inside my existing campaign. Actually, what I want to do is probably, okay, so I'm going to add this. And I'm just going to do lookalike audiences. What I'm going to make label this is just, let's say, online or interest, online marketing. So this won't be based on any lookalike audiences. This will be a broad interest category. So I'm going to remove this audience, and I'm going to add some, like, I could look at suggestions. Okay. And I'm going to always, and I typically, because I'm in the range of or I'm in the mode of giving Facebook's AI as much power as possible, I'm going to select to expand interest when it may improve performance at a lower cost per result. So my audience definition is very broad here. I'm targeting 3 countries. I'm targeting a bunch of these pretty generic categories. So it's, my potential reach is 220 million people. That's what Facebook's telling me. But of course, we don't trust this gauge necessarily. And again, like, you don't need to overanalyze this or overthink this too much. What you want to basically do is test a few different high-level ideas that sort of make sense. So, digital activities, small business owners, these all sort of make sense. Maybe advertising is a little bit broad. So I'll remove advertising. Internet marketing, digital marketing, online advertising, social media marketing. These are all, pretty relevant to this category. So I'm going to stay with automatic placements and all these things, and I'll publish this ad set. And I'm going to go and create a few different, my goal here before I launch the campaign is to create a few additional ad sets that also target, that that have lookalike audiences plus interest categories that have maybe narrower interest categories like followers of certain figures that are popular in our field. I want to test a whole bunch of different ideas, but the main thing I got my dynamic creative straight. So remember, really focus on the dynamic creative. The main takeaway is to use Campaign Budget Optimizer, create as many strong assets in each field as possible, so you have a few different powerful image assets. And again, it's better to optimize for quality over quantity. It's better to give Facebook 5 really good images or 2 really good videos than to give them 10 images if 4 of them are really weak, because Facebook in the beginning is going to use all of them. So use those. So make sure to have good headlines, spend time on your text, spend time on your images and videos. Look up and keep an eye out for the video specifications, the 4:5 aspect ratio for stories, Instagram stories, Facebook stories, less than 15 seconds for those same placements as well. Nothing wrong with a longer video. Make sure you have your captions in there. Use Campaign Budget Optimizer, and make sure you spend time with your copy. Embrace long form copy. There's nothing wrong with that. That little trick we found out, 2 little tricks we found out. One is that you could put emojis in the newsfeed description and in the headline of an ad on Facebook. And also, if you're not able, if you get stuck in that radio button interface where you could either choose video or images, get out of the guided creation, go into the quick creation, and then you'll have the 3 buttons where you could click slideshow, videos, or image. That's basically it. I strongly encourage you guys to try dynamic creative campaigns. We're running Facebook campaigns for many clients, many universities actually. We have a whole bunch of big universities with big budgets that we run Facebook advertising campaigns for, and the dynamic creative campaigns are the best performing campaigns for basically all of those clients. So it's not rocket science. It's just you have to put the work in. Like, you could see it takes time, it takes effort, it takes energy, and then you don't touch it. Let it run for at least 4 or 5 days without touching the Facebook campaigns. Just lastly, okay, we're gonna go eat now. Just lastly, before we sign off, your daily budget should be at least 10 times the amount you're willing to pay for a conversion. So if you're willing to pay $10 for a conversion, your daily budget should be at least $100. That's information that we've gotten from our Facebook reps. We've implemented that best practice and we've seen it have positive results. So 10x what you're willing to pay for a conversion, whether that be a registration or a sale, whatever you're tracking as a conversion, that should be your daily budget at a minimum. So thank you guys very much for checking out this lecture. I really appreciate it. I hope it was insightful. I hope it's practical. I hope you see unbelievably good results from your Facebook campaigns. Leave me some feedback in the comments. Let me know what you guys are doing with Dynamic Creative. I'd love to see. I'd love to check it out. I will see you guys soon in the very next lecture.
Like I said earlier, I'm incredibly excited to be here today. I'm really excited to talk about Facebook. The reason I'm so excited to talk about Facebook is because it's one of the major advertising platforms, and it's really gotten a bad rap over the past year or so. When we talk and when we go through this presentation, one of the main things that has been going on with Facebook is that when you look at advertising dollars spent on Facebook, in the majority over the past year, because of the iOS 14 update, it's been largely unsuccessful. Revenue numbers for advertisers is declining on Facebook from a reporting standpoint. Now, when you actually start to look into the data, Facebook's providing incremental uplift, which is something that Patrick talked about earlier on in the day, but from a return on ad spend basis, Facebook looks unprofitable and is deterring advertisers from using the platform. So, getting into that, there is a significant trend that's going on Facebook, and we want to address today what Facebook wants from its advertisers. So to get into that, we have to lay some ground rules. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to review Facebook performance fundamentals. Now, it's a little bit different than Google, but everything can be broken down into metrics that affect performance. And we'll talk about those metrics in a little bit of detail. Then we'll go into a State of the Union address for Facebook, where it currently sits, what's going on in terms of Facebook news, and how that really affects what we do as advertisers. Finally, in parts 3 and 4, what we'll do is we'll actually talk about understanding quality engagements on Facebook and improving how we could improve the buying experience for users on Facebook. And then finally, what we'll do is we'll review how and when to use this information in advertising. So, Facebook performance fundamentals. Like any platform, it can be really broken down into metrics. You have a reporting dashboard that you can directly use to influence what you're doing in advertising and make informed decisions. Now, it's a little bit different than Google, and we'll get into some of that as we talk through this point. But really what Facebook performance can be broken down into is your CPCs, or in some cases, if you're not using a catalog-based campaign, your cost per landing page view, so how much you're paying to acquire a customer, and then 2, how frequently that customer is actually going through and converting on an ad. Inside of those metrics, it's like a Russian nesting doll, where you can actually break down what affects these things. So without going into a ton of detail here, because we'll go into detail on some of these things later on, cost per click can really be broken down into cost per impression and CPM. Then 2, it's going through a similar thing to quality score, which is a mess that Patrick did not want to unpack earlier today, but I'll try to unpack it for Facebook a little bit, which is a representation of quality ranking for your ad. So your ad compared to competitors, how good is the quality of the ad, perceived by Facebook. All of these metrics are perceived by Facebook. Then you have engagement rate ranking. Again, how frequently Facebook believes users will interact with your actual ads. And then finally, your conversion rate ranking. On an ad, how frequently does Facebook believe that a user is going to do the intended action? So all of these wrapped up really calculate what you're going to be paying in terms of a cost per click. I left out one final point, which is incredibly important, which is click-through rate. How frequently are users actually clicking through an ad? How frequently are you getting a user to get to your site? Because an improved click-through rate will affect cost per click. Then going into conversion rate, which I don't want to spend too much time on compared to cost per click, because a lot of these details actually are outside of the Facebook advertising platform and are not controlled by the Facebook advertising platform. Of these points listed, though, the one thing that is affected is 1, audience intent. You're setting forth who you're wanting to target on Facebook. So you can adjust the audience intent by the audience that you're actually targeting within the platform. And then 2, buying experience. Buying experience is the first touch point with the brand. Facebook could be that first touch point with the brand, so you can really affect the start of a buying experience. So, like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on conversion rate because the rest of the metrics aren't directly related to Facebook, and it's very hard to control conversion rate within the Facebook platform. What you can do is you can influence the cost per click. So with Facebook, it is different in terms of how cost per click is determined compared to Google. Most advertisers on Facebook, and I don't know how many of us are on Facebook advertising of the room here, might not know that Facebook is actually on a cost per impression based model. So your auction, you're paying for an impression rather than a click. Google, however, is on a cost per click based model, and you're paying in auction for a click on your ad. Facebook is different because you're actually showing an advertisement in a feed and it's already prescribed to be an ad. So when you think about this, Facebook is determining what your cost per impression is based off of the previous things mentioned, based off their perception on the quality of the ad compared to your competitors, based off their perception of the ad to get engaged with compared to your competitors, and finally, based off of the perception of Facebook that a user will convert after seeing an ad compared to your competitors. So keep that in mind, because that's the most important thing going forward, is that Facebook's actually determining what you're getting charged in terms of CPM, or cost per impression. So their fearless leader, Mark Zuckerberg, is pictured in this picture on the screen. We'll get into him a little bit later, probably towards the very tail end of the presentation, because he's an incredibly interesting individual. And as you can see, he is somewhat eclectic. But Facebook State of the Union. So Facebook's been in the news. That's how we started off this presentation. That's how we started off this discussion. iOS 14 happened. Facebook advertisers are no longer reported to be as profitable as they were previously. Facebook is facing steep competition from external competitors that it really hasn't seen up to this point. So, what's really going on with Facebook? So, it's important to understand that Facebook as a platform is really in a competition constantly for market share of your attention. It wants you to spend as much time as possible on the platform interacting with its feed because that's how it becomes more profitable and gains revenue. Currently, their largest competitor is TikTok. TikTok is incrementally eating their market share. So much so that in 2022, Facebook reported its first loss in revenue of 1%, which doesn't seem like much, but when you start to think about how long Facebook has been active since the early 2000s, it is pretty devastating to them. So it reported its first loss from Q2 of 2021 to Q2 of 2022, and that loss was 1%. So why is this occurring? One, the reason it's really occurring is that Facebook advertisers are no longer reported to be as profitable, and they're pulling back ad spend from Facebook. The second thing is that they're starting to have increasing competition in the market against them. TikTok, I don't know how many people here use TikTok. I refuse to. I feel far too old to use TikTok, and it makes me feel uncomfortable, but that's just me. I know there's plenty of people who actually use the platform. So when you start to look at what TikTok is doing, TikTok is different than Facebook. Facebook originally started out as a news platform and is now shifting into an entertaining platform. TikTok, what it really does is it's a platform that allows entertainment through short-form videos. So, as you can see in the graphics, in the most recent news, I'm trying to think, November 8th, so today is the 10th? November 8th into the 9th, Facebook laid off 11,000 employees, 13% of its overall workforce, which is vast. It is an incredible thing. It's the largest layoff they've ever had, and it really tells you where they're at in terms of business. So when you start to unpack this, refer back to those 2 points. One, Facebook is facing steep competition from TikTok, and the second thing is that Facebook is becoming less profitable for their advertisers and less money is being spent with advertising. So, what's Facebook to do in this situation? They know that advertising dollars are no longer as profitable for advertisers, and two, they know that they're facing the steep competition from TikTok. In comes the introduction of Reels. So in 2021, Reels was introduced on Facebook and Instagram as a platform. Just this past year, in 2022, it was introduced to 130 countries across the world. So what really are Reels? Reels are short-form videos that Facebook has on the platform from external people in the entire world. Most of these Reels that are being introduced are not being introduced by the people who are your friends on the platform or your followers. So when you start to look at Reels, it is an opportunity to entertain users with content they haven't seen before. What does this sound like? It sounds a lot like TikTok. So when you start to unpack this and understand where Facebook is going, what it's trying to do is it's trying to increase that market share of your attention by increasing the amount of time that is spent on the app by competing against TikTok, thus making advertising dollars more profitable for their advertisers and gaining that attention share. So this goes back to the question, what does this mean for us as advertisers? What does this mean for the business of Facebook? What does Facebook really want from us? Facebook wants us to start to use more short-term videos and video feed placements. What we're going to go through in the next couple of slides is a lot of data pulled from our actual accounts. And what this really goes through is describes the trend that you're currently seeing in terms of Facebook in the news and what's actually happening on the platform. So just to remind you, we talked about CPMs earlier. Facebook is charging us on an impression-based model. So Facebook is determining what it wants to charge us to appear in auction based off the content that we're putting forth. So when we start to think about that, it's important to note video placements. So if you start to reference, and this is from 11 e-commerce accounts that we work with as a business, what you start to notice is that CPMs, so that cost per impression, is much lower than average on those video placements. So stories and reels, where it has short form video, are seeing significantly lower CPMs. On average, our CPMs across these accounts was $24. So cost per 1,000 impressions was at $24. Now, if you start to look at cost per impression on stories, they're a little bit lower than average, but still somewhat high, at $14 for Instagram stories and $20 for Facebook stories. When you start to look more in depth at reels, we're at $7.94 for 1,000 impressions on Instagram Reels and $6.09 on Facebook Reels. Now, it's important to note that the spend is probably causing a little bit of an inflation for the net average because we're spending less just as a company on Instagram stories and Reels, but it is incredibly important to realize what Facebook wants from us, which is short-form videos, and they want us to appear in short-form video feeds. Again, looking as a whole, this is getting away from the placements that we're utilizing, but just looking at the types of content that we're putting out there. What you start to see is that video, on average, is about $10 cheaper per 1,000 impressions than any other type of content. That's even going into what you see as carousel, which in large part are catalog-based ads. Catalog-based ads are incredibly successful for remarketing clients, which is they dynamically show you products that you've interacted with in the past. So it's even cheaper to show than a catalog ad. Now, this goes back into that point, which is that not every impression is created equal. You can actually influence buyer intent by the type of content that you're showing them. Everything that you've heard up to this point kind of really leads into that point, which is that the content that you're putting forward is a direct representation of your brand and can actually affect that buyer experience. So the one thing that's not pictured here is CPCs, which actually sit a little bit higher for video, but that's because on average, people are interacting with video for 15 seconds before they're going away from it. So they're either clicking to site or continuing to scroll through that feed. What that's really doing is that's creating a situation where the user is actually pre-diagnosed to be interested in the product before they're leaving the video or clicking through to site, which is causing that increase in terms of overall conversion rate, and which is causing a lower overall cost per acquisition for those customers. So, in this example, what we would say to you is start the investment in short-form videos. I know it's more expensive to create them, but in large part, you're going to be more effective at reaching a prospecting audience, and the engagement that you're actually gaining with that customer is going to have better quality. And it's just a better overall buying experience. A still image ad can only do so much. It doesn't convey what you're doing as a business, and it's not nearly as impactful as short-form video. Now, I say this with the precursor that Patrick previously mentioned, which I continually butcher, which I don't know where he is, and he'd probably correct me on this, but never, never, never always, which is this in a vacuum makes complete sense, but there's oftentimes where still image ads outperform video, but going strictly from what Facebook wants from us, they want us to show short-form video. And this was even addressed in a Q3 earnings call from Mark Zuckerberg. In that call, what he directly stated was that Reels was accounting for $3 billion in an increased revenue over the past year for Facebook, and hasn't even been introduced for that full year. And what he goes on to address is that he doesn't see this going away anytime soon. What he says is there are now 140 billion Reels played across Facebook and Instagram each day, and that's a 50% increase from 6 months ago. So this is continuing on the rise, and Facebook is going to continue to try to compete against TikTok, and this is how they're doing it. So going back into the whole situation, I have a great video because Mark Zuckerberg, like I said, is an incredibly interesting individual, and I want to bring some lightheartedness to this heavy content-focused presentation. So before we switch over to AdScape, who's going to go through how we determine quality ads and quality videos to show on these placements, I would just want to show you a quick video.
Hey everyone, from
Yeah, so my presentation is about becoming better at Facebook ads, just period. And I'll just get right into it. Yeah, so I mean, this has been said multiple times, but it's like really a point that's like hit home for me recently. So I've been trying to think about things differently in Facebook ads. I'm gonna keep it really, really simple in this presentation. And like, there's a lot of things that I've had discussions with Nahama about in terms of like changing the conversion actions, optimizing for more events inside of the actual platform. But I just want to go through really a couple key points that I've thought about over really the past, I'd say, month or so. But like I said here, I don't have all the answers, but we just need to think differently about how we're managing this. Yeah. So when the whole thing was going on with I had this feeling, I was like, and Isaac said this, and Patrick's even said this about. But for whatever reason, my dumb boy brain, I thought that I might just be like 10% better than the, like not like the rest of you, just like 10% better than average. But that's just not true. I'm not that good. So these were my thoughts. So what did I test? I tested an audience. Why did it work or why did it not work? I don't know. Let's test again. And it was just like a really bad cycle and like something that like it was partially to do work because they needed work done, but it was also like just an attempt to get them somewhat off of my back and also try to drive performance in the account, but it wasn't healthy. So I've really taken a look into what I was doing and thought about this a little bit differently, and I've started to implement some of these changes in my accounts. So the first thing, whoops. So this is really backwards. It's just like the Y meme. Yeah, there's no sound. Yeah. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, it's okay. Anyway, but dynamic ads. So like one of the comments that was made by our POC was the fact that she didn't like running dynamic ads because she didn't like not being able to see ad performance, and she wanted to know, what copy's working, what creatives are working. But when you're testing an audience, that doesn't matter. Like we're at the end of the day, we're testing that audience because we want to see if the audience is effective, not if the copy is effective. So why aren't we using dynamic ads more? At the end of the day, typically when we get on to a new client, we have about maybe 4 or 5 creatives. But like when we go into the account and we're running Facebook ads for the first time, or we're trying to develop something, we're running those 4 or 5 ads anyway. Because of liquidity, we really don't care what's going to perform as long as it does perform and we get some semblance for audience. After that point, and if you can tell if an audience is effective, then you can go into ad testing. I just think that we waste too much time trying to decide what ad is going to hit what audience instead of just focusing on one thing at a time. And again, I mean, this applies to the never that I always get wrong because I might be.
No, never always.
I just said I always get that wrong.
No, you can't.
You never always get it wrong.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Anyway.
You sometimes always get it right.
Perfect. But why do we, I don't understand why we're doing this consistently where we're testing ads while we're trying to simultaneously test audiences. If we have like an idea, if it's prospecting or remarketing, there's going to be 3 to 4 ads that you're testing anyway with 3 to 4 sets of copy. Utilizing dynamic ads just seems like a layup at that point. And then from there, once you get an audience that's a winning audience, go through and test your ads. So then strategic audience testing. So with the account, it was a huge account and there was a lot of different things going on, like location, there was like mix of lookalike audiences, there was a mix of interest targeting, there's a bunch of different things going on. It came to the end and we decided to consolidate the campaigns down, but at that point, this was something that I was going to implement. Fortunately, we did not get to that point, but testing out things diligently. So if you're testing a 1 to 3% lookalike audience, then develop out from there. So layer into that group a 4% audience, layer in a 5% audience, watch performance from that point on and make a decision on whether or not that is going to perform well. Interest targeting, the same thing applies. If you're going to test one core interest target, then layer in the additional interest targets from there and you'll have success. Because if something's performing well, you know it's performing well, then you can start to develop from there. You can layer in additional interest targets, watch performance, and then make a decision whether or not that's going to succeed. And the last thing is ad set level budgets. I don't know if a lot of you use ad set level budgets, but I think it is really key, especially with audience targeting. Most of my presentation has been about audience targeting, maybe mainly because I shy away from creatives. But with ad set level budgets, you can tell performance from specific audiences over time. And you can make the determination much faster if this audience is going to work than if you're using a CBO. And thank you. I don't know if this guy can, there's no volume. It's unfortunate.
Thank you, Andrew.
I think it presents some insights and allows you to kind of think about the way that things are running in Google Ads, in Facebook Ads, sorry, and give what's going on more context. I don't know if there's an account that anybody wants to volunteer for this. It's what I want to do.
I'll say this first.
All right.
King guys. Ooh, wow.
Okay. Do that.
Ooh, 2 votes.
All right.
Simon, you're the breaking vote. Yeah, but he lost.
It's complicated, King guys.
Your choice, Brendan.
So I guess, Avery, if you could provide a little bit of context about what's going on historically, if there's anything that I should be thinking about distinctly, any products that have really fallen off in terms of performance.
Yeah.
Can you
move to the campaign section? Just hard. I don't.
Yeah.
Easier for me
Sorry,
to look at.
I was looking at something.
What do I think? There's a lot of historical data. I haven't done a conversion tracking on in a while, so I'm curious if that's something you want to start with. But we had used another app to set this up a while back. In terms of, actually, did we use it? I don't know what we did. But in terms of actual results, yeah, we just retargeting at some point was getting 6, 7x. Now it's getting 2, 3. Dynamic performed really well during some recent sales where we were pushing a lot of budget, pushing 1,000, 2,000 a day, and just the dynamic campaigns are running well. So I've continued to push them. We've done some there's one called we have been running engagement campaigns, just those are paused I think right now. That was the most recent campaign just because they weren't looking for purchases over January because they were just way behind in shipping. So that's something to keep aware of. That January we're not pushing purchases. We're trying to just gain awareness and engagement on ads. So we were running that type of campaign. But then we switched that back in February to conversion focused. The basic funnels is just, there's a couple of prospecting campaigns, a couple of remarketing campaigns. The ad sets are split out, to different types of remarketing audiences, engagers of the page, engagers of the site. But the main core audience is, ignore the traffic ones, the store, please, for now. It's just sitting there for whatever other purposes. But acquisition is, again, acquisition, new audiences. I've gone pretty broad.
So you have a middle of funnel going on here, I assume, with this social engagement for remarketing. Is this a middle of funnel pushing users down the funnel?
This is
Or is this like
trying
a
to, no, that
distinct
was trying to get
group of
people to
users?
follow. That was trying to get people to follow them on social.
Okay. Was that like was that in terms of your overall, like, sorry, like, is that in terms of your overall strategy, or was that a different initiative driven by
That
the
was
client?
because December, January, again, we were way behind. We had too many purchases during Black Friday, so we're just trying to look at different engaging initiatives. So we're trying to increase follower count. So that's why we ran that.
Okay.
Avery,
Yes,
quick
Andrew.
question.
Yeah.
When you said the DPAs were going well, was that both for prospecting and remarketing?
Yes. Not recently. Again, this
DPA, is that dynamic prospecting ads?
Yeah.
Dynamic product.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, don't assume anything's set up
Product.
correctly.
Okay. So
So
based off
don't
the
ass-
catalog. Okay.
Don't assume anything is set up correctly. Just keep that in mind.
All right. So I'm gonna, just because you mentioned conversion tracking, I'm just gonna go and test. Should be relatively quick.
I just saw 4.8. That still looks pretty bad.
That's actually pretty good.
Oh.
Weird thing is with event match quality, there's never like a decent one, which is surprising that uses a 4.8. I've only seen like 3s and like 7s or 8s, which is interesting. I don't know exactly why. I assume it's just because of parameters that they're able to match with outside of like the standard events. Okay. This isn't the main website. This is an organic listing.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Thought it just redirected to Neiman Marcus. I don't know why. All right.
You might need some SEO help, Avery.
It was a
Why
top
they
one.
not? No, but Brendan.
Was I going crazy?
I think you went crazy.
It went to a page, right? That organic listing.
I saw that. That was very strange.
We'll watch the recording. We actually have proof. We'll find out. It's a good question. If it is, that's bad. I assumed you just by mistake clicked on the ad right above it.
All right, great. What do I want to add to cart? Sellers. New tabletop.
Is the site always this slow? Or is your internet terrible, Brendan?
My computer is pretty bad when I go on Google Meet for like doing anything on Facebook. I think it's a mix between my internet and Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. Says I have like only 2 bars right now.
Oh, and if you want, you should be able to. If you want to, you don't have to if you don't want to, but you could make a full purchase with your credit card, and it'll get automatically canceled. Any Adventure PPC email gets automatically canceled. So up to you if you want to do that.
I lost you from audio.
If you want to make a full purchase, it will get automatically canceled.
Really odd. I can't hear you, Avery. I don't know if anybody else is having this issue.
Can you hear me, Andrew?
I can, yeah. It's very cool. How did you set that up? Shopify?
I lost service.
No, Avery said that. Avery said that you can purchase via your Adventure email that automatically gets canceled. Yeah.
I can probably hear you guys now. Somebody say something.
Hello?
Good. All right. So
I was just saying, Brendan, you can make a purchase. It will automatically cancel. You don't have to worry about a refund if you want.
How'd you set up that?
I don't know. The client set it up. Any Adventure PPC email Isaac actually tried making an order a few months ago and then realized a couple weeks later that it got canceled because it was automatically canceled. So it's funny, but either way. So yes.
So
I
don't see any server-side events being processed, which is a little bit alarming. Doesn't look like you're tracking server-side events. Typically, when you're processing these, who'd you have set this up?
It was a while ago. It could be, it was even before like I knew much about Conversion API, so it could be it's totally set up wrong.
So yeah, I guess maybe
probably a year ago.
Probably have somebody check this out. If it's set up through Tag Manager, because it does say partner integration, I mean, I would just have somebody take a peek at it.
I think it was the Shopify native integration. Like that was how it was originally set up. Like Shopify had these back a year ago when we were working on this. It was through Shopify.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Still, this should be processed. I had a conversation with Lucian about this yesterday. And even if you have the native Shopify integration, it should be processed here. So receive from, and it should have a browser event, a server event. The server event should be due, but you're not seeing any server events being processed. Unless it's set up through Google Tag Manager. From my understanding with Google Tag Manager, you have to test in a different way. Moving along now. I just take a peek at that. What I have been doing is breaking this down in a similar method. We're just going to dive into the actual audit now, what's going on and what's running in the campaign. This is like from a performance standpoint more so than anything. So when you're speaking to clients, you can have a conversation with them and describe to them what's going on in Facebook. Really, what I look at is a couple different metrics, most of them dealing with getting users to site and how effective you are in terms of getting users to site. Then I break it down by conversion rate. Then I actually look at, with an e-commerce account, I would look at average order value to see what's going on there. So I create a couple custom columns. So I do, this isn't an accurate column, I don't know why, but it's not. I look at landing page views to link clicks. This will tell you a couple different things. Landing page to link clicks it's a metric that describes the ability for a user who's interacting with your ad to actually land on the landing page. A pretty good landing page to link click ratio would be something above 70%. That's describing that if a user is clicking on an ad, 70% of that time, they're actually driving directly to your website. The other reason that this is important is because you're actually paying per click to your ad, not necessarily click to your landing page. So everything that's being processed, whether, in terms of a click to an ad, a click to your actual Facebook page, or a click to your website you're paying for. So I like to look at this as a gauge and a metric to describe how efficient you are in terms of driving users from your ad to your site, because you can't get a user to convert in any other way unless you have a Facebook shop set up. So there's a couple, and yeah.
Quick question: when does the landing page view fire? Is there a specific duration on site?
It's when the pixel loads. So a user could click to site. So this is another reason why it's a good metric. If you have a really slow mobile site speed and a user is bouncing before the pixel is processed, similar to GA, where you're not even necessarily getting the click until the container loads, right? Until your tag loads on the page.
Right. Oh, okay. So it's like a lot of it is like troubleshooting, making sure everything's kind of operating properly. And if you're seeing a really low percentage on this rating, something's off.
Yeah. For example, something like these traffic campaigns, the reason they're probably so low, and Avery, correct me if I'm wrong, is they're driving traffic to directions or to get directions or something along those lines. Is that true? Are they trying to get users into physical store locations? Can you, what's the action you have the user take from these ads?
Yeah, I think just directions, I'm pretty sure.
So that's why this is likely so low. I mean, this one's higher than all the others at 25%, but these are likely so low because what you're actually driving for a conversion action is not a click to your landing page. It's a click to get directions. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, meaning, so besides for those variations of like traffic's in store, what would be the decrease for dynamic retargeting? Those 14% of clicks that don't go to that doesn't find the landing page, right? The 86% are getting that feature is because it was quickly bounced, or they didn't even get to the site. They clicked on the ad, and then before the pixel even loaded, they left.
So it's either one of those two. I look at it I look at this along with a lot of other metrics. So what I look at in terms of this is I just use it for a gauge. And then like, if you're seeing a really low landing page view to link click or link click to landing page view ratio, it could be like you're not defining a clear CTA, your ad's not compelling, users just interacting with your ad, or it could be something like mobile site speed. Like I would test mobile site speed if I saw a terrible ratio here. Okay, so like I said, I look at this in unison with a lot of different metrics as well. So I look at click-through rate, for example, like how effective you are, and I don't believe this is a custom metric, no. Link click-through rate. So for each impression, how frequent are people actually clicking to your ad? You want to have a decently high interaction, but you also have to keep in mind that you don't want just people interacting to interact. You want to see a relationship between this being somewhat high and actually users driving to your site. There's not much more to that. This is just surrounding metrics to this that I look at. From there, and I don't know if I have all the custom columns pulled up. I might have to pull up some additional ones. I would look at something like conversion rate and cost per landing page view. I think these are the biggest metrics to look at overall in terms of how you're driving users to site. One thing I'd mention is, I don't know if this is this a conversions campaign, Avery, for this dynamic retargeting minimum ROAS?
Yeah, it should be, yeah. Yep.
This is the most, these cost per landing page views are the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. How are you getting such a low cost per landing page view? I don't know what you're doing, because like typically when you're running a conversions campaign, they set between like anywhere between like $3 to like $7, especially for retargeting. Right now, what we're seeing for Asurion for a conversions campaign is like a $10 cost per landing page view, and that's not that absurd. Like I've seen conversion rates. My concern with this campaign right now is, and this is what I'm getting at, is there is such a thing on Facebook, I believe, as a premium ad auction. Right now, you're essentially being charged based off of Facebook's belief in the audience to convert. So I look sometimes at, something like a high cost per landing page view, and if I see a high conversion rate to accompany that, I believe that I'm in a premium auction. I'm targeting a really good audience because it's the same thing as Google. If I am paying a lot for cost per landing or cost per click on Google, and I'm seeing a really high conversion rate from those users, I believe I'm in a premium auction. You're paying a lot to get these users to the site because there's a translation between they're your most bottom of funnel audience, they're going to be the most likely to convert. So distinctly for this retargeting campaign, I am a little bit nervous because the cost per landing page view is so low. Like it's lower, it's almost as low as your dynamic prospecting, which maybe have really power. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious if you look like at a month that was considered good, let's say like November, when like wasn't much higher, or let's say even October.
Well, November is going to be a lot higher, I would assume, because of Black Friday also.
Right, let's do comparison November, October like that. Yeah, let's see what we got here.
You're still seeing really low cost per landing page view, which might be just because of the notoriety of the brand, like if you're targeting this audience. But you are, so this is the thing, this is exactly what I was describing. November, comparatively speaking to all the other months that we looked at, had about a 10 to 14% increase in terms of your cost per landing page view, but you're converting users at a much more effective rate than you have over any of the other months, right? A 3% conversion rate compared to been pretty consistently at a 0.1 conversion rate. What that translates to me is, I mean, I would rather pay, I'd pay up to $1 more if I'm getting a 3% increase in conversion rate. I would look more distinctly at like some of the audiences that you're targeting. If there's like an audience that really stands out, my assumption is I don't know if you're using multiple ad targets, but one of them is going to be a lot higher and it's going to be pulling conversion rate in a lot more efficiently. Yeah, abandoned cart, 21 days, your conversion rate is at 7, but you're paying like almost double what the average is in the account, which makes sense. Facebook algorithm is going to target a smaller pool, or the smaller the pool gets, the more demand you're saying that you'll have for this audience, and it's going to start to charge you more. Same thing as, a really good prospecting audience. Sometimes you find just a random prospecting audience that are really effective in terms of driving conversions. Typically what happens there is that you're paying more for the cost per landing page view because other audiences want this, or other companies want this audience as well. Does that make sense to everybody here? And I know, Simone, you have a question.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why such a low landing page cost per landing page view is bad? Because that audience is a lower quality audience, or why? Why is a bad sign?
I mean, that's a good question. I think it's compared to what you typically see on average. But if I was to go into a different account, I was to look at cost per landing page view for some audiences, it's just going to naturally gravitate. If you're getting these users to convert, they're probably a better quality audience for your product, and you're going to be spending more. It's just like the way that this naturally falls. It's very similar to the way CPCs work on Google Ads. If you're getting a higher conversion rate, it's typically because you're more bottom of funnel and you're typically paying more for cost in terms of CPC. Facebook operates in the same way as Google with auctions. You still have an auction present. There's other things that affect your auction in terms of your cost per landing page view, which I'm going to get into, or I'm going to try to get into. But these are just like things to consider, right? Outside of this, there is essentially a quality score on Facebook ads that determines your cost per landing page view, which is determined at the ad set level. If you ever notice, there's 3 distinct columns that measure your ads efficiency. It's ad relevance, it's ad quality, and it's anticipated conversion rate. So if I was to go into one of these campaigns and I was to look at, abandoned cart, you should be able to see this at the ad level right here. Quality ranking, engagement ranking, so ad relevance. They're all ad relevance, but this is currently not populating. It's just based off of the amount spent and the auctions that you entered into. There's not enough data on it, historically speaking. But
and do you know the best practices to optimize the quality ranking?
So the quality ranking I anticipate is more so based off of the actual quality of the ad, like the resolution. That's what I've found in research. Like the quality ranking is based off of like your visuals, like the resolution on them, the quality of the ad, the quality of the video.
Okay.
It's really difficult also for some of these to get above like average. Like if you have above average, it's probably, there's only 3 determinations: below average, average, and above average. But it's pretty difficult to get above average, just because you have to think about the people who are advertising compared to our clients. Like Nike's on here, they probably have above average in terms of the resolution and everything on their ads. Right, if you use a UGC content, like somebody recording on their camcorder or something like this, it's going to be below average, likely. Engagement, so engagement rate ranking is based off of your estimated click-through rate or your engagement with the ad. So like, are users drawn into it? Do they expect to see a high click-through rate, high interaction rate with your ad. Conversion rate ranking is based off of the auctions that you're entering into. I think it's compared to other people who are also entering those auctions. How likely is your product and your ad to convert? So it's the same thing as really as Google Ads when you think about it that way.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So that actually leads into how can you lower your cost per landing page view? You can test out different ad audiences. If you expand your audience, you're likely going to in turn see a lower cost per landing page view because you're expanding the pool that you're targeting. If you make changes to your ad in a positive direction, which sounds simpler than it actually is, that's going to help you to lower your cost per landing page view. Is there any questions about that in terms of determining like cost per landing page view? Yeah, I think the biggest thing to think about is like how these things interact. So like if I'm noticing like increase in terms of my cost per landing page view, and I'm not seeing a change in conversion rate, and I'm seeing an increase in frequency, that just might be because it's getting more difficult for me to actually get these users to engage with my ad, and those metrics that we were just describing are impacted. That's right. If you notice, if your frequency starts to climb, typically your cost per landing page view is also going to start to climb because it's becoming more difficult for users to interact with these ads. I know we're like at time, and I know Avery has a hard stop. Is there any questions I can address? And I mean, this isn't the end of what I wanted to
I'm
talk
curious
about,
what you would do to review like drops in performance, right? Other than just looking at, okay, this went bad over time, or what you would dial into to try to figure out any causes for changes in performance.
Yeah, so if I was to do something like that, I would look at, I'd look at these columns, right? In terms of change over time, like is your cost per landing page view dropping? Are you extending reach? Is there any changes to frequency? Is there any changes to conversion rate? And then I make a determination based off of that. So like over time, if I saw something like the cost per landing page view start to creep up and continue to creep up, and your conversion rate started to drop and your frequency started to climb, my anticipation would be that you either need an ad refresh or that you need to adjust your audience to expand it, or just test out a new audience because you're hitting that audience too frequently and your cost per landing page view is just climbing. If you had an audience that was working somewhat decently, and then you noticed a decrease in terms of your cost per landing page view, but also a decrease in conversion rate, it's likely that something changed in terms of the algorithm, which has been happening more recently, where like you have a good audience and then something like that happens, and Facebook's losing its ability to understand what users inside of that audience are going to convert. The interesting thing to also think about from that point of view is that your reach on an audience typically doesn't amount to the full size of the audience. It's only a small subset of the users inside that group that Facebook believes is going to convert. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't also know if this is incredibly helpful, but I think it just to like start to think about like some of the columns that you can utilize is positive because you can speak, I think better on calls to clients, right? Like I think we're pretty good at speaking to what's happening in Google Ads to a client, but like getting into Facebook, and I mean, some of this isn't an exact science, but I think it will just help you speak to what's actually going on in the account more accurately.
No, this is super helpful. So thank you so much. What I noticed is that...
Okay, I have to jump, but thanks, Brendan.
Yeah.
And keep the recording, Andrew. Bye.
One thing I noticed is that it's super difficult to get out of the learning phase with low budgets, like $50 daily or $30 daily or $60 daily. And most of the clients, they want to run several campaigns, and and I noticed that.
So yeah, I mean, that's why Facebook also advocates on consolidation. Like if they're going to run multiple, it's not ideal for them to run multiple campaigns with that low of a budget because of that issue. What's happening there, and the reason why you're not able to lower your cost per landing page view is what I just described. With $50 a day, it's going to try to it's on a max conversion bid strategy. So it's going to try to target a group of users inside of your audience target that it believes is going to maximize the amount of conversions that happen during a given period. So in doing that, you're entering premium auctions and your cost per landing page view is going to start to increase.
Okay. So the key is consolidation.
Yeah, I would say audience consolidation and then also ad consolidation. If something like that's happening, you might want to use something like dynamic ads so you can just optimize for the lowest cost per landing page view.
Dynamic ads? What do you mean with dynamic ads?
Dynamic ads
DPAs?
for entering multiple. What?
DPA? Dynamic product ads? Or
no, just dynamic ads where you enter into multiple creatives in one ad set. Or in one ad.
Okay.
And it just optimizes the rotation. It's essentially a responsive search ad on Facebook.
Okay, I see. Okay. Got it.
You could do that, I mean, on a prospecting level, you could probably do that with all of your products, right? If you have, etc. That's based off catalog. I'm not talking distinctly the catalog. There's two different things. There's catalog ads that are dynamic that will show based off of Facebook's belief to get the user to convert, and there's dynamic ads. But either way, if you have a broad target, and it's like, I don't know, hypothetically speaking,
so
it's rap artists or an interest in a rapper, right? If you have a Snoop Dogg interest target, just optimize with, I would optimize with a bunch of images of Snoop Dogg and wearing different products. Maybe tag them in the caption or in the headline or carousel ads in the headline.
Yeah, that is something that I like to know. Like, apart from dynamic product ads, do you prefer setting up carousel or collection ads? Which format is best in your opinion?
You want to test 3 to 5 ads per ad set if you're not doing dynamic ads. So I'd do a mix. It's also going to create liquidity. So the same concept in terms of liquidity, by testing out multiple different groups, you're allowing Facebook to test out multiple different ads and let the best ads win out. So like I try to test single image ads, short video, long video, carousel ads.
Okay.
I try to test them all.
Well, yeah. Now, what I feel with is that we have a low budget, and then we have 3 ad sets, and each.
What's your budget per day?
It depends on the campaign, of course, but like let's say 100.
What do you mean? Why does it depend on the campaign?
Sorry, like.
Why does it depend on the campaign?
Because we
you just said you had
more budget
21
for middle of the funnel, and we allocate more budget to bottom of the funnel.
Why do you allocate more budget to bottom of funnel? Like how big's their user base? Because you have to think about that. Like I'd go into Google Analytics and see how many, active users they have on site, and then make the determination from there. Depends on what you're prioritizing. Like, are you prioritizing new customer acquisition or?
I'm pushing middle of the funnel and bottom of the funnel because we saw that the ROAS was much higher than top of the funnel. Cold audiences.
That makes sense though, because it's a remarketing audience. You know what I mean? You should I don't know. Like those users, yeah.
And in order to retarget the users, we need to have. Also, we need to target cold audiences as well, but we clearly see that cold audiences convert, the performance is much lower than middle of the funnel and bottom of the funnel. So we are trying to convert the traffic that visit our website. that have interacted with our social media channels. Or anyway, I will create dynamic product ads and see how they perform, because I think we need to do something different.
I would look at the top of funnel more distinctly and just test a bunch of audiences. Like essentially describe to them, if they haven't been running on Facebook that often or that long and they don't have a good top of funnel, like cultivated out, it's getting really difficult to develop that. Like you need to develop a top of funnel on Facebook and then work down, right? Work down the funnel.
Yeah.
You want to work users down the funnel. Like I don't want you to run into a situation where you start to see like a 15 frequency on bottom of funnel because you're not prospecting at the top. Even if it's just like pushing, and me and Lucian were having a conversation about this, like you can push to engage users and push them down the funnel, right? You could run a top of funnel video view campaign, make it a long video, make sure that it's somewhat difficult for users to quote unquote convert from that video, right? If you wanted to get users to, interact and, gain their attention, use a powerful video that's a little bit longer, 3 minutes or so, and put it at the top funnel. Then you have a really powerful remarketing audience off of that. Because if a user interacts and watches, 2 minutes and 30 seconds of that video, or watches 75% of that video, which I don't know off the top of my head what that would be, then you have a really powerful audience to remarket to, and then you're pushing users down the funnel. And then you hit them with, a different ad. Maybe you hit them with an ad of Snoop Dogg because then you want to represent brand notoriety in the middle of the funnel, and then you're advertising based off product set that's the bottom of the funnel, something like that. I really can't emphasize enough. Like you need to be prospecting the same way that you're really prospecting on Google.
Yeah,
you need to
it makes
develop
sense.
new user base. So
It makes sense. We are testing different audiences. We are testing different creatives, and we are doing what you just have mentioned. We have a video, a long video, in order to filter out our audience, and we do all that.
all right, I have to jump.
Yeah,
I do have to jump. Sorry.
right.
But I mean, I would do this again if Avery asked me. I think this is useful, like to describe this. And
Yeah, super useful.
If somebody came to me, I think it would have been better for me to do, because I don't exactly know everything. I just wanted to give you guys what I look at to determine a successful campaign right now.
Yeah, totally. It was super useful. So thank you so much. Thank you, Brendan.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Have a nice day.
Bye.
So we're going to talk about dynamic retargeting on Facebook, which is the closest thing we get to smart shopping, basically, on Google Ads. Before I go into that, I'd like to talk a bit about strategy for each client. So each strategy, for each client, you'll need a different strategy, whether it's about dynamic retargeting or strategy for the whole account, because each client is different, their business is different, their clients are different, the customer journey is different, their resources are different, like what type of creatives they have, what type of content they have, and so on. So when you create a strategy for each client, you will need to first analyze everything they have, and then figure out how you can use all of their resources and create your strategy to target their ideal clients, their ideal customers. So now we can go into dynamic retargeting. The first thing is that you need to go into the Commerce Manager. So you will need the catalog to be shared with you. The client will need to share this with us, with the partner, the agency, and then you should have access to the catalog, and then you can start configuring it. Normally, you get a catalog with all of the products. So what a lot of people do is just choose the whole catalog and just retarget all products. This is not ideal, especially if there are thousands of SKUs. So you would want to separate them into categories, product sets, especially if they have some bestsellers that are selling really well. You would want to have those into a different product set. So once you go into the Commerce Manager for this catalog, you will also want to verify that the view content, add to cart, initiate checkout, and purchases events are matched properly with the products they have. Because otherwise, Facebook will not know, okay, so you have a view content event, but for each product, was it, right? So the product ID needs to be matched with that view content event, with that add to cart event, with that initiate checkout event, and that purchase event. And
Can you show what that means? Sorry, maybe you're going to do that. Can you show what that means to match the event, match the ID?
So this is where you see it. So in the Commerce Manager, in the catalog, in events here,
yeah,
you will see if these are matched. So you'll see around 90%. It depends.
Oh, that's it. Sorry. Got it.
Yeah. But the developer will need to figure this, like set this up in code in Google Tag Manager. So they'll need to make sure this set up properly. But then you'll be able to verify it here. So in the Commerce Manager in events, you'll be able to see like a percentage of events that were matched to the content IDs, which are the product IDs. And this percentage depends, depends how the page loads, if it was able to pick up that product ID when the event fires up. So it's not 100%. But if it doesn't work, you'll see like 0% here for one of these. Obviously, the purchase is the most important one. But if you want to retarget product views and add to cart, then these are also important. So this would be the first step. You need to check that the events are matched to the product ID. And then you can go into creating the sets, the product sets. So you have all of the products in the catalog. You can create sets here. And you can, if there aren't a lot of products, you can manually select them. So you can just select them and then create a set, name it. But if they have hundreds or thousands of products, then you'll want to use filters. So you have here the product type is what this client uses to identify a category. So when I use the product type here, I can search for a category they have on the website. And I'm able to see this because it's configured in the product feed. So the developers would have to make sure that this is properly labeled in the product feed. And then you'd be able to see it here on Facebook.
In Shopify.
What's that one?
They need to configure everything in Shopify, and they will connect their feed.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what website platform they use. But Shopify, WooCommerce, they will need to match. So they will have the category you have on the website, let's say, and they would have to set up this product type.
I see.
And match it. And then you're just picking that data right here on Facebook. You can also filter by price. So price is greater than, and then you set an amount. And something else I wanted to configure for this client, but they don't have it, is size. So these are, but they don't have the size configured. They don't have this attribute configured in the product feed. So if I wanted to create a product set based on all earrings that are 3 carat, for instance, if I wanted this product set and I wanted to promote this product set, 3 carat earrings, then I would ask the developers of the client to create this label the size label and make sure to match. So all of the products with 3 carats, we need to match this size. We need to match this size, 3 carat size. Then we have to configure that in the product feed. And then I would be able to see here. So if I were to look for 3 carats, I would be able to see it here. Depends how they name it exactly in the product feed. But otherwise, what I use here is product type. And then I created a bunch of product sets. So I basically replicated all of the product categories they have on the website into product sets in the catalog. And now I'm able to create ads that are dynamic, but use only this product. So if I want to promote a certain category or retarget with a certain category of product, I would use one of these sets. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a question regarding all the attributes you mentioned, like, the size, and you said that the client has to do it. Do most of these feeds that we create on shopping, like on let's say Shopify, can they do this themselves? Like, are these all options within these apps we use on Shopify or other platforms?
Yeah, there should be in Shopify, and for WooCommerce, you basically need a third-party plugin to do that. There are a bunch of them that make it pretty easy to configure. Like you have a dashboard inside the plugin, and then you choose or create the category there. It's not super technical, but you kind of have to understand what all of this means.
Lucian, one question.
Yeah.
I think the clients can create product collections through Shopify. Are those collections the same as these product sets?
Yeah. So yeah, in Shopify it should be much easier, right? I think it creates it automatically or something. This client doesn't use Shopify. It uses they use.
My question is, when the client creates a collection in Shopify, does it link to Facebook ads as a product set, or you don't know that?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, when the client creates a product collection, in Shopify, does it link as a product set in Facebook ads?
Yeah, you should be able to see that.
Okay. Because I didn't know that we were able to create sets here in the catalog, so this is good to know.
Yeah, you're able to customize however you want, like bestsellers, as I said, a certain size, however you think it would make sense to promote the products or a certain group of products.
Okay.
Like based on a certain price and so on, because you might not want to promote. You might want to promote like lower price items and then higher end items, or like only dresses or whatever it is, right? Okay. So now to go into creating a catalog sales campaign, which is the objective you use to create these dynamic product ads. So you would use the catalog sales objective when you create a new campaign.
Mm-hmm.
You would choose the catalog. Make sure it's the right catalog for the client. And then you go into ad sets. So let's say, like the most common way to retarget is to retarget view content and add to cart for the last 7 or 14 days. Again, it depends on each client. I like using 7 days lately. I've tested 14 days for this client. It hasn't worked that well compared to 7 days. And for this type of retargeting, I like to use all products because so you choose all products from the catalog, and then you choose the option here to retarget ads. This is for prospecting customers. I'll talk a bit more about this later. And then you have these pre-configured options here. So it's viewed or added to cart, but not purchased, so excluding purchasers from the last 14 days. So I choose 7 days. And here I choose optimize for conversions. So optimizing for link clicks doesn't work well. And even if you don't have a huge audience here, like people that added to cart or viewed content in the last 7 days, it's still better to optimize for conversion. And then you have the ad itself. And what this does, so once someone views a product page or adds to cart a particular product, they see this product again. So this product is the one I would have seen or I would have added to cart, the first one.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So the whole catalog is synced with this campaign, right? With this
Yes.
asset.
Yes.
So, and what I'm seeing is a carousel ad. So if I have seen, if I have viewed 3 chains, am I going to see those 3 chains? Or Facebook is going to suggest me some products as well, similar to the ones I have seen?
They will randomly show you the ones you've seen. So the first one would be random from the ones you've seen. But all of the other ones will be the ones that are from the catalog, like the next ones, right?
Okay, so Facebook is going to show me. So if I have viewed 3 products, Facebook is Facebook going to show me those 3 products, or
it's going to show you one random.
Only one?
Yes. Like, I mean, the first one, you only see one ad when you see this ad.
So you
but
only
it's
see. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, it's a carousel, so you'll see other products, but it's only the first one that is basically a reminder of what you saw on the site. And if you saw multiple ones or added to cart multiple ones, it would be randomly chosen.
Okay.
So the first time you see this ad, you would see one of the products that you saw on the website. The next time you see this ad, you would see another from those that you saw on the website, and so on.
So I'm going to see the one I saw and then random products in the carousel.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so then you go.
Yeah. Lucian, I had a question, please. Like, is it only under the carousel format, or do they have other format, like a image only?
So they have this dynamic format and creative here, which basically creates different formats.
Okay.
So it's a catalog. It's primarily a catalog, like a carousel, but you can see it can also be a collection. I don't normally like to use this, but for retargeting ads, I leave it on. I mean, it's fine, because some people might prefer to see a carousel, others might prefer to see a different format.
Okay.
And it can also create a video out of the sum of the products you saw. So this is Facebook's doing, like, it's creating different formats on its own. And in terms of text, so what I've seen works usually something like, hey, did you forget to complete your order? Or here's 10% off to complete your order. So ads like that, because you're basically reminding that person that they forgot to complete their order, or you give them an incentive to complete that order. So it's this type of angle. And you can have multiple, like 2, 3 ads that you can test at the same time. You can create an ad, you have the text, you publish it, and then you duplicate it. And you leave them all on, and you see which one tends to perform best, and then you stop the other ones. And it's good to test different creative copy ideas here.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So for targeting, we have selected, we select, viewed or added to cart but not purchased. So if we have another asset targeting added to cart,
yes.
So if we run two ad sets, one viewed and added to cart, and the other one added to cart, shall we exclude? So we want to differentiate those people that viewed but didn't purchase, and those that add to cart but didn't purchase. So we need to exclude added to cart in the viewed or added to cart asset. Does that make sense? So
you want to have separate, like for viewed, for product views, and for add to cart, right?
Exactly. So then I will have to exclude. Okay. All right. Okay.
So here in custom combination, you would only have viewed. Yeah. So you can even have viewed for 30 days, and then exclude purchasers for 30 days.
Okay, this is awesome. I didn't know how to do this. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So this is how you would combine them.
And what I'm seeing here is automated lookalike audience. Does it mean that it's going to create a lookalike audience from what?
From your retargeting audience, which would be viewed or added to cart. But remember, a lookalike audience is a cold audience, so it's not a retargeting audience.
Exactly. So
you wouldn't
I can have on, and then when I go to the audience manager, I will be able to see that audience that Facebook automatically created for me. Yeah. If you wouldn't on that button.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
You wouldn't use this in retargeting. So if you want to target a cold, okay. Maybe
I mean, not for remarketing, but if I want to have another lookalike audience, then I can toggle on that button, and then Facebook will automatically create a lookalike audience based off.
I think that's a pretty new option. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that before actually, and it doesn't seem to work right now either. But what I would do if I wanted to target a lookalike, is just do it the normal way. So here you have find prospective customers. So instead of retargeting ads, you just find prospective customers, and now you have like a normal ad set. So here you can target an interest, or you can target a lookalike.
And do you recommend doing prospecting with this kind of campaign?
Not really. It doesn't work that well. If you do try it, it should be only with your best sellers. Maybe when you have like a big sale on the site, like for Black Friday, something like that, you could try this. I believe it worked quite well for AccuQuilt, an account I worked on before. We tried that. And then I don't know if it worked. Yeah, it worked pretty well. It depends on the client. So if you want to try, if you think it would work to show people a random product like list, catalog, carousel, and you think they would buy if they saw that, you can try it.
Okay.
But in general, it's not as good as more customized ads. So compared to maybe a video ad or a custom carousel ad or collection ad.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But this is how you would target cold audiences. Another thing you can try. So here you have some pre-configured options to retarget people that viewed or added to cart. But what if you want to retarget engagers, for instance, with the product set? So you do the same thing, but you choose the prospective option, and then you select the engagers. And you can also include website visitors, and actually run one of these assets in this account, and it also includes website visitors for 180 days. So if I want to run a promo, I have a promo on the website, a big promo, and I want to retarget all of these people, then I can include these options and have a dynamic product ad with the promo in the text. So like save 30% for this big event and so on in the text. And it will show above here. And then they would also see all of the products.
Okay, so what is offline conversions? You could say it's a third way of tracking events in Facebook, because Facebook always likes to do things in three, like it has three solutions for everything. So we have the pixel, we have the conversion API. The conversion API picks the data from the tracking that we do from our server, from the client server. And offline conversions is kind of similar in the sense that it picks the data from the customer, the client's CRM. And then it matches that data with the ad click based on the user attributes. So it knows that a certain person with a certain email on Facebook clicked an ad 2 weeks ago, and somehow that email is now registered as a purchase in the client CRM. So it matches that data. Okay, that user with that email made that purchase. And this also gives us 28-day attribution, which Facebook used to give in the past with the pixel. However, right now with the pixel and the conversion API, it only gives 7 days. And for some reason, I don't know, it has kept 28 days for the offline conversions. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, so first of all, the offline conversions gives us longer attribution window, which is especially useful for some of our clients that may have longer than 1 week like user journeys, customer journeys. So it's especially useful there. But a second part that's also very important for most of our clients, I believe, it also gives us back the performance breakdowns. So you can now, once again, look at how many purchases you got from Facebook, from Instagram, from the other placements, from women, from men, from certain age groups, like all of that data, all of that breakdown data, we get it back with offline conversions. And we don't get any of that with the pixel and the conversion API. We only get like clicks, impressions, reach, like all of those secondary metrics. Okay, so these would be the two main like reasons why we want to use offline conversions.
Can you just repeat the last reason? Sorry.
Yeah, so the first reason is that we get 28-day attribution. And the second one is that we get performance breakdowns.
Okay.
Which we used to get with the Pixel as well before iOS 14. And after iOS 14, Facebook removed the breakdowns for purchases, for other like primary KPIs. And we only get the breakdowns for like impressions and clicks, and that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Lucian, can you repeat again how it matches from their CRM? It's like email addresses, you said?
Yeah, I'll go into that, like what kind of data we need to feed Facebook with the offline event. But yeah, basically it's kind of the same way it matches everything else, like in general for the Pixel and the conversion API. It uses the emails, the phone numbers, zip codes, like all of this data. But primarily it's email because that's what it uses from the CRM.
There's also
other data.
this is like when you see on the Facebook Pixel, like in terms of event quality, like a unique event ID, this is like part of going into that. as well, correct, Lucian? Like similar to like a Gclid aligning, but it's a unique identification for an event.
Yeah. I'm going to go through these like events that we need to give, like not events, but data that we need to give Facebook. And one of them that's very important is timestamp. So the client needs to provide us, like either via Zapier or we upload it manually, the timestamp for the order and the order ID, along with other things. But that's important so that Facebook can match when that sale happened, right? And which sale, and for like who, for which user. Okay, so let's go through the process. I'm going to share my screen and go through the process of like creating the offline event. You can do it manually or with Zapier.
Just a step back on that. So for leads, it will be when the lead came in.
Yeah.
Not when the lead actually
So
turned to
when
a customer.
all of these like events are registered in the CRM, you have a timestamp for them, an ID, like a lead ID, and then you match that, like you upload that to Facebook, either like manually or with Zapier. Okay, let me share my screen. So either we get the client to create the offline event set, and that would be ideal, but it's not really necessary. We can create it on our end as well. So if they create it, they have to go in business settings, in data sources, and you have like next to pixels, you have offline event set, and then they add it here. So they give it a name and so on. And after this step, they also need to link it to the ad account. So that's the only thing they need to do here. If we do it ourselves, and then they have to share, like they have to share the asset with the partner, which is us in ING. If we do it ourselves, then we just create it for them and we link it to their ad account. So this would be like the first step. And then in the event manager, we'll see the offline set. And this offline set, especially if they only have one, it will appear automatically at the ad level. So at the ad level, just like you see pixel tracking there at the ad level, you'll also see the offline event. So in the events manager here, we can upload the data manually, like you see here. And you actually need to do it the first time. I actually don't remember exactly why, but you need to do it the first time manually. And you have a template, an example of CSV here. I have it here. So it's emails, phone numbers, first name, last name, zip code, city, state, country, date of birth. Not all of them are necessary. So most of these are optional actually. Age, gender, event name, which is purchase. And we'll select that as well. Event time, the value of the purchase, and the currency. So I would say the most important ones are the email. So it can do that match. The event time, the value, the currency, and that's pretty much it. But of course, you also want to give it other stuff like first name, last name, zip code. But those would be the most important. Okay, so then you upload that CSV or whatever CSV they have that contains that data in columns, because then you can kind of match it, just like you do for customer files in the audiences, in the audience manager. It's very similar. And then you map the data, right? The columns you map it, you map each one of them. Also some examples here. Like here you can see examples of these parameters, like email, phone number, first name, content ID, which is SKU, but it's not really needed. Order ID is also it's actually needed, order ID. Event time, very important. External ID would be the customer ID. It's not required. However, I believe it helps to improve the match rate on Facebook. like external IDs should be also used for the conversion API, for the pixel, like all of this tracking, so that Facebook can identify a particular user that may do several purchases over a year or however long. Okay, so once you upload this, you'll get, let me see if I can find the screenshot here. I think it's this one. So you'll get something like this. It will show how many rows were accepted, the estimated match rate, which means how many people from the CRM it was able to match with like Facebook users that clicked on ads in the past month. Also something to note here, the first time you upload the data, it can go back 35 days. However, as you keep uploading it, either manually or like through Zapier, the log itself for the data can be up to 90 days. So you can look back 90 days, but after the first couple of months have passed. But the first time you add it, you can only look back 35 days for your data. So even if you give it 6 months of data from the past 6 months, it will only take the last 35 days. Let me know if you have any questions so far. Okay, so this is how we upload it. I have a video tutorial for Zapier, and I believe it also shows how to do it manually. I'll share these resources at the end. Here's how I set it up for Shopify. It's very easy based on that tutorial. So I connected the account. It's an app that's called like Facebook Offline Conversions. Zapier supports that by default. And then I connected the account, the event time, and then you match, just like with the customer file for audiences, you match these columns, right? So the event time, the email, the billing phone number, address, last name, all of this stuff. Price, so values, total price, currency, order ID, order number. This is for Shopify. And the SKU here, I also added. And I also added external ID. I'm not sure if it actually picks it or not, because I don't know how to verify it or if I can verify it, but I added this as well. Yeah, so for Shopify, it's very easy. Okay, and now let me show you how it looks in the account. So first of all, you need to create some custom metrics for the offline events. All of these, you should have access to them because I shared them with everyone. So offline CPA is amount spent divided by offline purchases. Offline purchases is online purchases. Offline ROAS is offline purchases conversion value divided by amount spent, right? Offline purchases conversion value, and AOV I created, but we don't really need to look at it. I just want to see it. However, the offline events, so I don't know how to deduplicate them, and I don't know if it's possible. I've looked around, I haven't really found a solution. So normally, it will include both the website events, the ones picked up by the Pixel or the Conversion API, which among themselves, among the Pixel and the Conversion API, are deduplicated or should be deduplicated if the developer set it up properly. But those are also included in offline purchase. Not in offline purchase, sorry. I mean in purchase. So if you look at the purchases column, like the regular, the standard purchases column in like this one, the purchases, this will include both offline purchases and the duplicated website purchases. So this is why you shouldn't look at these columns, the standard purchases one. Go ahead.
No, I just got it.
Okay. So the way you separate them is you look at website purchase.
Could you say that again? Purchases is adding website and offline if you're adding offline. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the standard purchase metrics, purchase value, cost per purchase, purchase ROAS, like all of these that are standard, that you add them here, those include both, so are duplicated. So you shouldn't use it. You shouldn't use this one.
Oh, that's why suddenly performance looked good.
Yeah.
Shoot.
So you need to separate them into website purchases. If you look at the results column, that is website purchases by default. However, you only have results and cost per result, but you don't have ROAS for the result, and you don't have, let's see what else, like conversion value for the result. So you need to separate them out anyway. Like you need to separate website purchases. So this is why I created custom metrics for this as well. So website purchase ROAS, website purchase conversion value, website purchases, like all of these, you can see website purchases, right? Website CPA is amount spent divided by website purchases. So you need to create them as custom metrics. They exist as data coming from the Facebook API. They already exist. They're just not included in the standard columns. So you need to create them as custom metrics. Okay, so you have these website custom metrics, and then you have the offline custom metrics. You need both of these so you can look at them separately. And you can see here, you have different different numbers. So first of all, as I mentioned, offline purchases has 28-day attribution. However, it doesn't use modeled data. So after the iOS 14 update, Facebook included this thing where it models number of purchases. So like the idea was to give you a more accurate number of purchases, like the total, because otherwise it lost a lot of those purchases that it could track post iOS 14. So it could no longer track a portion of the purchases. So the solution for this was to model, like to create a number that should be more accurate of total purchases. So this is why website purchases may still show a higher number, among other things. But this would be like the primary reason. It could include modeled purchases in this, while the offline purchases is not modeled. So this 72 actually happened. They are actually registered in the CRM. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, so website purchase, offline purchases, CPA, ROAS, you can compare the two. Conversion value, AOV even. Okay, and let me show some examples here too. So for the breakdowns, they're very important, and I would trust this data, primarily the offline data, especially for breakdowns, where you can see, for instance, in this case, that the 35 to 44 age group has like under half the CPA compared to the others. And if you didn't have the offline purchase data, you wouldn't know this. Like there would be no way to know except looking at number of impressions, but that could be extremely misleading. Because you can see here that the amount spent, for instance, which you can see by default, even without offline purchase data, it's pretty much equal. Like all of these groups have almost the same amount of spent. So then how do you know which one performed significantly better or not, right? You don't really know. But offline data can show you. Devices, offline CPA, offline ROAS, female, male, which you can see for website, for the website events, Facebook, Instagram, placements. Even products, like if they're tracked properly, by product ID and all of that. You can even see the CPA by product, even for catalog campaigns. Time of day. All of this data you could see before iOS 14, but you can no longer see it. I think that's all I wanted to go through today. So let me know if you have any questions. I couldn't catch that.
No, I don't have any question. It was really helpful. And I think I'm definitely gonna try to implement it on some clients.
Yeah, and something else I checked for another client. So I'm actually not sure because I saw it for a custom conversion, but I didn't see it for others. So I would encourage the clients that implement this to use the standard events, like the standard event names, even if it's like a business to business or lead type of client. They should use the standard events, add to cart or whatever it is to meet application, but they should be standard events, because then you can create the custom columns for those, the custom metrics. You get that data for the standard ones, but you might not get it for custom invented metrics, like second step or whatever you want to call the custom conversion. You might not get the offline data for that. Any other questions?
No, this is awesome. Thank you, Lucian.
Yeah, and if you have reports, I also mentioned this to Greg last week, and those reports are taking the standard purchase data and you implement offline conversion, you start uploading them even yourself manually, those numbers will be duplicated already. So you need to make sure that the reports start picking up. If you want just the numbers from before, make sure to replace the standard purchase with website purchase. So all of those relevant metrics, you switch them to website purchase, website ROAS, website CPA, and so on. And if you want the offline one, then you'll need to track those in the reports. Like you need to, in the API there, I don't know how Greg does it, but those numbers need to be picked up, the offline numbers from the API. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lucian. That's great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's start with creating a campaign, and maybe this whole thing will be 2 minutes. So my understanding is that if I would press the leads, it won't even give me the option. Let's see. Right. So if I do the leads, then it doesn't do that. You could do advantage budget, which is just a campaign budget, but let's discard that. And the only way to do it, I believe, is if you do sales. Well, let's try again. All right, and there it goes. There we have it. So I guess the only way of doing this is only good for shopping currently. We could do another check just to verify that, but let's just say traffic. Yeah, it doesn't give you the option. Do we all agree on that? Love it. Okay, so far we've learned that Advantage Plus Shopping only applies to sales-focused campaigns. Let's move on. We're gonna go with this. Continue. And here we are within the setup. Still have the same old special ad categories. It lets you pick one of these as the conversion location. And then, so in our case, we don't have shops set up. We have that. And then other thing I noticed was that I believe location you can't do by state. If you need to target a specific city or state, then you can't use this. You could target only countries. Okay. The other thing I noticed, so then, yeah, if you want to exclude things, maybe you could exclude states. I don't think so. I went to location exclusions, which is in the settings, which you'll find somewhere in the business settings. And I don't think you could exclude by state. Maybe you could, but either way, that's the only workaround maybe is to exclude states. Otherwise, you really can only target by country. Now going into here, it looks like it gave me this. This is the default. I'd have to open this up separately. And here we'd have to, all right, your advertising says apply across all these things. So these are like account level customer lists. So you'd have to, this is a website one, so this is dynamic, but you should review that this is up to date and make sure that, it's not just an old customer list, which this one is, and make sure it's, up to date.
Avery, can I say something?
Yep.
Back at that existing customer, if you want the Advantage Plus shopping campaign to exclusively be a cold campaign, not remarketing at all, then you would want to add website visitors as to be considered an existing customer. And then when you limit your budget on existing customers, it won't be spending on people that visited the site and didn't necessarily purchase.
Got it. Okay, cool. So yes, so it looks like one of the things you could do with this, maybe the only, is you could change what gets allocated to this. So if you make this list, as all website visitors or anything, any customer list or any customer list, you can exclude it. Is that correct? Okay. But what I was mentioning before about the audience controls, I believe this is where it is. All right, so can you do? Okay, interesting. So you could do state, but this would apply. You can only do this on the account level. So if you do this, you can only advertise in specific locations. This would apply to any Advantage Plus shopping. So I was wrong. You could do it on the campaign level, on the account level for specific states or cities. But again, you can't have separate, one campaign targeting different, two campaigns targeting different locations. So this is good to know.
But would that apply also to non-Advantage?
It doesn't seem like it. It says the control apply to all Advantage Plus shopping campaigns for this ad account.
Okay, cool.
I guess we can find out, but it doesn't see definitely does not say that. Okay. Anything else here to know about while we're here? Okay. Moving on, there's a good old budget, which is pretty standard. Set a maximum spend on your existing customers. Right. So here's where you talk about remarketing, and that applies to these customer lists that you've been using, that you uploaded. So theoretically, this tells you how much. Let's say you have $100 budget. Let's make it round numbers, and then you put 30%. Then you'd be having a 30% of this account be remarketing. Again, depending on if it's remarketing to past purchasers or site visitors, that would be this. If you want this to be, what was that?
Nothing. Sorry.
Let's say you want it to be purely a cold campaign, you would put 0. And that would be excluding past purchasers or whatever is in that customer list. Everyone agree to that? Okay, love it. You could have a start date.
Wait, do we have thoughts on if we should use it and what percentage or something to think about? Is really the goal of Advantage Plus supposed to be that you kind of throw everything in one campaign and it's a full funnel in one campaign like Performance Max would be, or should we try to limit that, or it's different for every use case?
Yeah, I think that's all true. I don't have a strong opinion, but yeah, I think that they theoretically want it to be all in one campaign. So you would allocate budget based on whatever your standard allocation would be to remarketing, but theoretically they want everything to be one campaign. But yeah, probably should test doing just cold or doing just remarketing, or really depending on the account.
I like that idea of thinking about what your current remarketing percentage is and what you want it to be, and just using that too.
All right. Yeah. interesting if this works. Attribution, I don't have much to say on the subject other than the standard is 7-day 1. And then ads, that's the other big thing here. So they give you what's available. So I'm not totally sure how this was set up, how this is decided. I think it looks like it's all active, a bunch of active ads here. I can't scroll down for some reason. So as usual, there's a glitch in my user interface. But I think these are all really current, recent ads. But it looks like you could also import ads. Let's see how we could do that. Import. Oh, okay. All right. So I don't know exactly. I guess if you want other ads. Again, I can't go down here, but I don't know. This is definitely not all ads. I assume this is all live ads because I can't go down, but that's what it looks like. And it opens up. Interesting. Cool. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I think you could import other ads as well. In this case, I guess they imported all live ads. I don't know. Okay, moving to the. Oh no, let's get out of that. Let's not do all 20. Okay, so it looks like you could go in here and just create ads. I don't know. Looks like it's no different than anything else. I thought you had to use existing assets. So yeah, looks like they're just the same old creating ads here. The only difference is that you can't set targeting, and it's a black box. You don't really see much. And then there's that remarketing thing.
2 things. One, did you click the catalog? Is there an option there for the catalog?
Didn't notice it, but there usually is. It's even the ad. And the ad, yeah, I mean, this is a catalog ad. So it looks like it just depends on the ad, right? So this
I
one,
guess if you want it to be like a dynamic prospecting campaign, you only put in catalog ads. Is that
that's what it seems like it. Yeah, I don't like this is a standard image ad,
right?
no catalog, and it's in this. But there's also collection ads. So let's say if I create a new ad. It allows me to click the catalog. Okay, interesting. Just to jump in a minute. Anyone else have any thoughts on this beautiful, beautiful masterpiece?
One other thing is I think you can see the performance broken down by existing customers versus non-exist or whatever would be the other audience.
Have one before?
What?
Had one here, right? I don't know when this ran. So we had one that spent, I don't know how much. $12,000. Okay, that's money. So you can see age, gender, platform. Where would you see?
I've seen it in custom reports, but it might be in the breakdown.
There's something. New customers, spending the full amount here. I'm curious if this was set up with 100% or 0% to. Yeah, that's cool. So it looks like that we saw was all to new customers, and this was set at a 0% customer budget cap. So that worked theoretically. And the performance of the campaign got $100 purchases, which I think is a little high, but I think that's good. Is that correct, Esti?
Mm-hmm. It's not a little high for prospecting. Thank you.